Hi everyone. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe. If you haven't subscribed yet, I'd love to see you join me. And don't forget to like and let me know what you think in the comments. The day I stumbled upon that box of old photos tucked under a loose floorboard, I figured it'd be just a quick look. You know, some old ranger's forgotten stuff, no big deal. But now, sitting here with the wind howling like crazy outside, and the snow creaking against the cabin walls, I'm wishing I'd just left that box alone. Honestly, I signed up for this winter ranger gig for the peace and quiet. Needed a break, a way to get my head straight after a seriously messed up year. The idea of being totally cut off, that wasn't scary, it was the whole point. This station was way out there, on the edge of nowhere, buried in snow. Nobody goes there unless they absolutely have to. My job was simple enough: watch the weather, keep an eye out for avalanches, and radio in a weekly report to the main office. Easy money for a few months of solitude. The isolation really hit me on the drive-in. The closest town was a 3-hour crawl down an ice-covered road that twisted and turned through mountains and thick forest. By the time I finally reached the station, the sun was already going down, throwing long, creepy shadows across the snow. The station itself was pretty basic: a short, sturdy wooden cabin with a steep roof and a chimney puffing out smoke like an old man giving up. Inside, it was warm enough, but bare. Main room with a wood stove, tiny kitchen, small bedroom, and a storage area packed with supplies and tools. The first few days worked well. Nothing happened. Just me settling in, trying to kill the boredom. I chopped wood for the stove, hiked around in snowshoes, even tried to sketch the mountains in this notepad I brought. Total fail on the sketching, by the way. Nights were long and super quiet. The kind of quiet that feels alive, like the whole world is holding its breath. It was day 4 when I found the box. I was cleaning out the storage room, putting away food cans, coiling ropes, the usual, sweeping the floor. My foot snagged on a slightly raised floorboard. Curious, I grabbed a crowbar and pried it up. And there it was, a small wooden box, beat up and worn. Inside, old photos, black and white, curled edges. Most were harmless enough, shots of the ranger station in different seasons. A guy must have been the ranger before me, grinning in front of the cabin, his dog sitting nicely beside him. But as I flipped through the stack, the vibe changed. The guy's smile disappeared in the later photos. He started looking uneasy, worried. One picture really stood out. He was standing at the edge of the clearing, staring into the woods, back to the camera. Then there were the night shots. Grainy, dark, taken from inside the cabin. They showed these shadowy figures standing in the trees, always at the edge of the clearing, just out of the cabin light. In one, the shadow seemed closer, blurry, leaning in towards the camera, like it knew it was being watched. A chill went right through me as I looked at them. Why would anyone take photos like that? And why hide them? I shoved the photos back in the box, put the floorboard back, and tried to shake off this weird feeling. Probably just paranoia, I told myself. Old rangers with too much time on their hands, playing tricks on themselves. But that night, sitting by the stove, the wind seemed to push harder against the cabin, and the shadows from the fire stretched all long and freaky on the walls. Next morning, I woke up to something seriously weird. Fresh snow had fallen overnight, covering everything in this perfect, untouched white blanket. Making coffee, I glanced out the window and just froze. Right there, just off the cabin porch, were footprints. They started at the tree line and stopped, like, right at the edge of the porch, a few feet from the door. Like someone had just stood there, staring at the cabin. I threw on my coat and boots and went outside. Man, it was cold, biting right through my skin. The prints were big, like heavy boots, and spaced way too evenly to be animal tracks. I followed them to where they just ended. Snow was perfect beyond the last print, like nothing had been there. No sign of anyone walking away, no idea where they went. I turned back to the cabin, feeling totally exposed in that wide-open clearing. My breath was fogging up in front of me, and every little sound seemed amplified, the crunch of snow under my boots, the branches groaning in the wind. Stepping back inside, I locked the door behind me, which was something I hadn't even bothered with before. I spent the rest of the day trying to focus on my job, weather patterns, avalanche risks, ranger stuff. But those tracks just kept nagging at me. By evening, as the light faded and the cabin got swallowed up by the early winter darkness, I couldn't shake this feeling that I was being watched. That night, I heard the first sound. It was just after midnight, a faint tapping on the window. I went totally still in bed, straining to listen. Then it came again, irregular and soft, like fingers brushing against the glass. My heart started pounding in my chest. I reached for the flashlight on the bedside table, clicked it on, and pointed it at the window, beam cutting through the dark. Nothing. The tapping stopped as soon as the light hit the glass. I stared for ages, waiting for something to move, but the window just showed swirling snow and the dim shapes of trees beyond. Sleep was pretty much ruined after that. Over the next few days, the weirdness just kept piling up. More footprints near the cabin, always spaced out, never leading anywhere. Tools I'd left in the storage room were moved around, not stolen, just subtly rearranged. One day, a can of soup I'd put on the counter just vanished, only to show up in the storage closet the next morning. I started thinking someone was messing with me, trying to freak me out, make me leave the station. Maybe hunters, or locals who didn't like rangers around. Or maybe something worse. The last straw was on the 7th night. I was by the stove, trying to get lost in a book, when I heard this faint creak. The floorboard in the hallway. I froze, every muscle tight. Then the sound again. A deliberate step, just outside the room I was in. I didn't shout, didn't move. Just waited. Seconds stretched into minutes until the sound stopped. Finally, I got up the nerve to check the hallway. Empty. Cabin was silent as ever. But something was different. One of the photos from the box had been placed on the kitchen table. It was the one of the cabin at night, with that shadowy figure standing just outside the window. The morning after finding that photo on the kitchen table, I woke up feeling like total crap, like I hadn't slept at all. My dreams were just messed up, full of tapping sounds and shadows moving in the corner of my eye. That photo, the one with the figure outside the cabin at night, was burned into my brain. I hadn't touched it, hadn't moved it from the table. Just thinking about touching it felt like admitting it was real, giving it power. And I wasn't ready for that. The cabin was eerily quiet, except for the occasional creak of the walls as the wind pushed against them. I forced myself through my morning routine, lighting the stove, making coffee, scribbling down weather notes. Just normal stuff. Trying to hold on to some kind of routine in a place that was starting to feel seriously unnormal. It wasn't long before I saw another sign that things were going south. Going out for firewood, I saw them again, fresh footprints in the snow. Closer this time, leading from the trees right up to the side of the cabin, and they stopped right below my bedroom window. My chest tightened up, a million questions racing in my head. Who comes this far out in this weather just to circle the cabin? Why not knock? Why not say hello? The logical part of my brain tried to come up with excuses, maybe a hunter passing through, a lost hiker, but I knew better. No one should be out here, especially not in the dead of winter. And the fact that the tracks didn't lead away from the cabin, that was hard to explain away. I walked around the cabin, checking for anything out of place. Windows were still shut, door was locked, just like I'd left it. But something felt off. Subtle, you know. That feeling you can't quite put your finger on, but can't ignore. Like the static hum from a radio station you're not tuned into. Back inside, I decided I needed answers. If the last ranger left those photos, maybe he left other clues. A logbook, notes, anything to explain what was going on. The station logs were in this beat, up bender, in a cabinet near the radio. Most entries were just boring stuff: snowfall, temps, wildlife sightings. But as I flipped through, I started noticing something weird. The last few weeks of entries from the previous ranger were fragmented. Scattered thoughts, sentences that just stopped in the middle. Then one line, scribbled at the bottom of a pager. They come at night. No details, no explanation, just those 4 words. Going back further, I found a note about hearing sounds outside, but he'd brushed it off as wind. Another entry a few days later mentioned footprints in the snow, too big for animals. The last entry, weeks before I arrived, was even shorter. I'm not alone, and that was it. No record of him leaving, no official closing statement, just silence. I shut the binder, leaned back in my chair, staring at the radio. Thinking about calling the central office crossed my mind. But the signal out here was crap. It'd be a miracle to get through. And even if I did, what would I say? Hey, I'm spooked by some footprints and old photos. They'd laugh me off the line. By midday, I decided to set some traps. Not for animals, for information. If someone was getting into the cabin while I slept, I needed proof. I balanced a pencil on the windowsill, just so, where even a tiny nudge would knock it off. In the kitchen, I sprinkled a thin line of flour near the door to catch footprints. Even left a breadcrumb just inside the storage area, a little marker that no one would mess with unless they were snooping. That night, I double-checked every lock, jammed a chair under the door handle, barricaded it like we were expecting a siege. Wind howled outside, rattling the cabin like it was angry. My flashlight stayed right next to the bed. I slept with one ear open, listening for anything over the storm. Sometime after midnight, I woke to a faint, rhythmic noise. Gentle rattling of the doorknob. Pulse went through the roof. I sat bolt upright, heart hammering. It wasn't loud, but it was deliberate. Someone, or something, was testing the lock. I reached for the flashlight, hesitated. Part of me wanted to throw the door open, face whoever was out there. The other part, the scared, stupid part, told me to stay quiet, listen, wait. The rattling stopped as suddenly as it started. replaced by the creak of footsteps retreating into the snow. When silence came back, I forced myself to check the traps. Pencil on the windowsill. Gone, lying on the floor. In the kitchen, the flour line was messed up. A single footprint, smudged in the flour, pointing into the cabin. My throat tightened up. Someone had been in here. Next morning, the air in the cabin felt heavy, like the place itself had soaked up all the tension from the night. I had to get out, clear my head. Went outside to survey the area. And yeah, the footprints were there again. Faint, but visible, leading towards the tree line, disappearing into the woods. I thought about following them, but going into those woods alone, not knowing what I was dealing with, felt way too risky. Instead, I decided to really study those photos. Pried up the floorboard again, got the box, and spread the pictures all over the kitchen table in that weak winter light. Looking closer this time, I saw details I'd missed before. In one photo, a dark shape, barely there, behind the cabin. In another, something that looked like a figure holding something. A bag, a crate. Too blurry to tell, but it gave me this instant, sharp feeling of dread. Then I saw it. In one of the last photos, the perspective had changed. It wasn't taken from the cabin looking out. It was from the tree line, looking in. The ranger, the smiling guy from the earlier photos, was visible through the window. Sitting at the kitchen table, head in his hands. My stomach dropped. Someone had been watching him. Just like someone was watching me now. That night, sleep was out of the question. Sat in the main room, lights off. Just listening to the wind and the cabin creaking as the temperature plummeted. Hours went by in silence, broken only by the occasional pop of the wood stove. Sometime after midnight, I heard it again. Faint crunch of snow outside. Then the soft scrape of something brushing against the wall. My grip tightened on the flashlight, every nerve on high alert. The sound got closer, circling the cabin, like something was stalking prey. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise, heavy, pressing against my ears. When sound finally came back, it wasn't outside, it was inside. A single, deliberate step echoed from the hallway. Didn't move, didn't breathe. Floorboard creaked again, closer this time, followed by the faint rustle of fabric. Whoever was in the cabin wasn't rushing, taking their time, enjoying the moment. And then, just as suddenly, the sound stopped. Finally, I got the guts to turn on the flashlight. Hallway was empty, but something new was waiting for me on the kitchen table. A piece of paper, folded in half. Hands shaking, I picked it up, unfolded it. Jagged, uneven handwriting. 3 words, leave before midnight. When the sun finally rose, it was weak, pale, casting this cold, silvery light on the snow. The note was still there on the kitchen table, those jagged words just glaring at me. I'd barely slept. Every creak, every gust of wind had kept me wired. Leave before midnight. The warning echoed in my head. Whoever left that note really wanted me gone. But why? This was a ranger station, government property, not some abandoned shack. I was supposed to be here. And yet, the longer I stayed, the more it felt like I was the one trespassing. I needed answers, and fast. Those photos, they had to be the key. First real sign that something was wrong. I spread them out again, trying to put them in order based on how the ranger looked. At first, it was subtle. Smiling guy with his dog, cabin at dusk. Nice scenery shots, then the shift. His smile gone, replaced by worry. Standing outside with a shotgun, dog nowhere in sight. Then the night shots, the grainy silhouettes in the trees, and finally, that photo from the trees looking in. Someone was watching him, just like they were watching me. Flipping that last photo over, I saw faint pencil marks on the back, almost illegible, faded. But I made out 2 words: hidden stash. My pulse jumped. Hidden stash. Contraband. Had the previous ranger stumbled onto something he shouldn't have? That would explain it, the warnings, the watching, the scare tactics. If this station was a drop point for something illegal, me being here was a problem for whoever was running it. But still, why the games? Why the warnings instead of just coming at me directly? Something felt deeper, weirder. If there was a stash, it had to be close. I spent the morning tearing apart the cabin. Every drawer, every cabinet, every dusty corner of the storage area. Nothing. Just regular supplies, canned food, ropes, first aid, old tools. Frustrated, I went outside. Snow crunched under my boots as I circled the cabin, scanning the clearing, the tree line. If something was hidden out here, it'd take time to find. Started with the obvious spots, under the porch, near the woodpile. Nothing. Then, near the edge of the clearing, I saw it. A patch of ground where the snow looked off. Disturbed, like someone had been digging. The top layer had refrozen, crusty, but the marks were clear. I dropped to my knees, started digging with my hands, icy snow biting into my skin. Then, my fingers scraped something solid. Cleared away more snow, and there it was. A small metal box, rusted, dented, heart racing. I pried it open. Inside more photos, same faded style, but these were different. People. Strangers standing in the clearing at night, faces blurred, indistinct. And a notebook. Damp but still readable. Flipping through, I saw hurried, frantic writing. They come at night, always watching. Don't trust the radio interference, isn't natural. Found the stash, marked the spot. But they know I know. If you're reading this, leave while you still can. Last page had a crude map of the area, with an X deep in the woods. I folded the map, shoved it in my jacket. Whatever this stash was, it was important. Important enough to guard, to scare anyone away who got close. Back inside, I stared at the radio. The notebook's warning, don't trust the radio. What did that mean? Interference wasn't unusual out here, especially with winter storms. But unnatural interference, unsettling. I turned the dial, scanning for the central office frequency. Static. Sharp, grating static. Then, faint, a voice. Leave now, too late, leave. I froze, hand hovering over the dial. Distorted, broken by static, but unmistakable. Someone was broadcasting on the same frequency. And it wasn't the central office. Who is this? I said, voice shaking. What do you want? Static swallowed the response. But I thought I heard laughter. Low, mocking. Then, signal cut out completely. Just silence. The map in my pocket felt like it was burning a hole through my jacket. Every instinct screamed at me to stay inside. Lock the doors, wait for morning. But I couldn't shake the feeling I was out of time. If the stash was what this was all about, finding it might be my only way to understand what was happening, how to stop it. Packed a small bag, flashlight, the knife, the map. Before leaving, I set up more traps around the cabin. If someone followed, or worse, broke in while I was gone, I needed to know. Woods were eerily quiet as I crossed the clearing. Crunch of snow under my boots, only sound. Sun low on the horizon. Long shadows through the trees. Following the map, I pushed through thick undergrowth, uneven ground, breath fogging in the freezing air. Felt like hours, but finally, I reached the marked spot. Aria was nothing special, just trees and snow. But the map was clear, this was it. Started digging, hands numb with cold. After a while, I uncovered a second box, bigger than the first, locked, metal, heavy hinges. Glanced around, half expecting someone to jump out. Wood stayed still. Using the knife, I pried at the lock. Took a few tries, cold making my hands clumsy, but finally snap. Lock broke. Lifted the hatch. Darkness underneath. Narrow ladder going down. Smell of damp earth. Something acrid. Made me recoil. Whatever was down there, it wasn't good. But couldn't turn back now. Ladder groaned under my weight as I descended into the dark. Flashlight beam cut through shadows, revealing a small underground room, carved into the frozen earth. Wooden beams holding up the walls, packed dirt floor. Center of the room, a single table, cluttered with papers. Maps, old photos. Faint hum from a radio on the table, weak signal, static filled. As I got closer, my heart sank. Photos same style as the cabin ones. But these showed more than just shadows. Faces. Men and women, all staring right at the camera. Cold, expressionless gazes. They weren't just watching the cabin. They were documenting everyone who'd ever been stationed here. Pinned to the wall, a huge map of the region. Red circles, lines everywhere. Cabin at the center of this web, but other locations too. Other cabins, each marked with an X. Notes scribbled in shortened, margins covered. Supply routes, schedules, cryptic phrases. Secure all assets. Do not engage unless necessary. Stomach churned, pieces clicking into place. This wasn't just a ranger station. It was a hub. Key point in something way bigger than I'd imagined. Smuggling, trafficking, something dark. And me being here. I'd messed it up. And they weren't going to let me leave. Leave alive. Sound of boots on the ladder. Jolt of adrenaline. I spun, gun up. Flashlight shaking. Figure coming down into the room, face hidden by a balaclava. Moved slow, deliberate. Like he knew I was trapped. You don't understand what you've stepped into, the man said, voice low, steady. This isn't your fight. Stay back, I shouted, voice cracking. I don't care what this is. I just want to leave. He took another step, gloved hands raised, fake surrender. You think it's that simple? Mountains, right? People always say they keep secrets, buried deep, untouched. I found out that's true the hard way. Up in this cabin, smack dab in the middle of the Great Smoky Mountains, not too far from Klingman's dome. Locals called it Last Haven, which is just plain twisted when you see how desolate it really is. Never in a million years did I think I'd end up there, let alone stuck, listening to some creepy old radio. It all kicked off on a night in November, bone chilling cold, wind howling like something out of a horror movie. I'd run off to the Smokies after my life just imploded. Career gone, house gone, family gone, 40 years old, and what did I have to show for it? Scars inside and out, thanks to my time in the military. Most days, I was holed up in this rented garage, messing around with busted machines, trying to fix them, maybe trying to fix myself a little too. That night, I found it, the radio, old beat-up thing, dusty, scratched to hell, nubs barely turn, wires looked like something had been gnawing on them. No idea why it grabbed my attention. Maybe the faint hum when I plugged it in, or the static, crackling in this weird, rhythmic way. Whatever it was, I was hooked. I started turning the dials, and the static faded out. Then a voice cut through. Not normal, man. Distorted, all garbled up, but clear at the same time, like it was meant just for me. It says, "You've been chosen. Gotta follow the rules or the night will get you." I just froze. Part of me wanted to rip the plug out, chuck the damn thing across the garage. But my hand stayed glued to that knob. The voice just kept going, rattling off rules like it was reading from a list. Rule 1: doors and windows locked by 10 p.m. sharp. Shadows come first. Rule 2: footsteps on the porch, don't look. Ignore the knocks. Rule 3: fireplace lit always, only thing they fear. Rule 4: radio frequency changes, fix it now. Tuning out is bad news. Rule 5: cabin after sunset, no leaving no matter what you hear. Rule 6: reflection moves, eyes closed, count to 10. Rule 7: before dawn, final question. Get it wrong, you're done. Static crashed back in. Just like that. And I was sitting there in the dim garage light, clutching this radio like it was a lifeline. The voice's words just hung in the air, chilling me to the bone. I should have ignored it, left it right there. But something made me grab it. Next thing I knew, I was standing at the edge of the woods, staring up at the last Haven cabin. First thing that hit me about the cabin was how dead quiet it was. Deep in the Smokies like that, last Haven just felt abandoned. Like it had been sitting there, untouched for ages. Wooden roof shingles all warped and grey. Ivy crawling up the sides like veins on a well. You get the picture. Last Haven. Yeah, right. Nothing welcoming about it. I parked my beat-up Chevy on the dirt path, all uneven and rutted. Sun was dipping behind the mountains, sky all bruised purple and red. Radio in my hands, silent now, but still humming a little, like it was just waiting to wake up. Porch groaned under my boots as I walked to the door. Rusty key just sitting there on the windowsill. Too easy, you know. Made me wonder if it was some kind of joke. But then the wind picked up, whispering through the trees, sounding like voices. And I knew, deep down, this was no joke. Door creaked open, showing me the inside. Just like I figured, dark, dusty, stuffy, with that smell of damp wood hanging in the air. One room stretched out in front of me, stone fireplace on one wall, rickety table in the middle, narrow stairs to the right, going up to a loft, and in the corner, a bed that looked like it hadn't been slept in since ever. I set the radio on the table, silent as a tomb now, almost mocking me. Rules from the voice buzzing in my head as I looked around, checking for, I don't even know what. Threats. I locked the door behind me, double-checked the bolt, just like the voice said. First sign of weirdness hit at 9:55 p.m. I was by the fireplace, stacking firewood, getting ready to light it, when the radio crackled. 5 minutes. That messed up voice said. 5 minutes to lock yourself away. Air in the cabin felt like it got thicker all of a sudden. Wards sank in, and I scrambled to check the windows, fumbling with the shutters, hands shaking. Forest outside had gone crazy dark, trees throwing these long, freaky shadows that reached for the cabin. Right on the dot of 10,000 p.m. voice again. The shadows are here. Heart hammered in my chest, staring out the window. Nothing, not a leaf moving, but the silence was loud. I turned back to the fireplace, messing with matches to light the kindling. Fire roared up, just as I heard it, faint sound at first, then clear as day. Footsteps on the porch, slow, heavy, like someone really didn't want to be quiet. Froze solid. Rules flashed in my head. Footsteps on the porch, don't look, ignore the knocks. Instincts screaming at me to run, grab the radio, get the hell out. But my body wouldn't move. Knock, knock, knock. Sound went right through the cabin, each knock louder than the last. Breath hitched, backing away from the door, grabbing the fireplace poker like it was a weapon. Footsteps circled the cabin, dragging across the porch, weird rhythm to them. Then, just as quick as they started, stopped. Standing there, staring at the door, poker gripped tight. Fire crackling behind me. Radio stayed quiet, like it was waiting to see what I'd do next. Silence stretched out after the knocking stopped. Stuck by the fireplace, poker digging into my hand. Darkness outside pressed against the windows, felt alive. But inside was something else. Firelight flickered on the cabin walls, and for a second, I thought I saw movement. Something darting just past the edge of the light. "Stay in the light," voice had said. Words echoed in my head, scanning the room. Eyes trying to adjust to the dim glow. Radio just sat there on the table, metal surface gleaming a little. Wanted it to talk again, tell me what to do. But nothing. Waiting to maybe. Creak from the loft above. Eyes snapped up. Wooden stairs groaned under weight. Unseen weight, like someone or something was coming down. Swallowed hard, rules again. Don't check out loft noises. Turned my back to it, just staring into the fire. Hand shaking as I threw another log on. Flames jumped up. Shadows got sharper across the room. But those shadows, something was off. Not moving right with the firelight. Stretching, twisting, like they had minds of their own. Sudden cold breeze swept through the room, snuffed the fire right out. Darkness rushed in, swallowed everything. Panic hit. Fumbling for matches, hands shaking so bad I could barely hold them. Sound of scraping on the wood floor filled the cabin. Everywhere and nowhere at once. Finally, match flared, tiny flame, weak glow. Relit the fire, room filled with warmth and light again. But turned back to the table, a radio was gone. What the hell? Muttered under my breath. Radio was just there. Looked around the room. Heart pounding. Shadow still but felt heavier, almost solid, pressing down. Scraping sound came back, louder now, closer. Turned towards the noise, eyes locked on the stairs. Something coming down. Slow, deliberate. Couldn't see it, but felt it. Heavy. Crushing feeling, hard to breathe. Poker tighter, instincts screaming run, but nowhere to run to. Door locked, windows shuttered. Backed away towards the fireplace, eyes glued to the stairs. Rules flashing again. Don't face what comes from the loft. Then, radio crackled to life, voice distorted but urgent. "It's testing you," it said. "Don't give in." Shadow reached the bottom of the stairs, but didn't step into the light. Lingered at the edge, form shifting, writhing like smoke. No face, but felt its gaze, cold, hard. Forced myself to turn away, stare into the fire, rules said. Minutes felt like hours, presence just watching. Then, quick as it came, gone. Room felt lighter, weight lifted. Turned back to the stairs. Empty, shadows back in the corners. Radio spoke again, voice sharper this time. "You're not alone. Remember the rules. Only thing keeping you alive." Sank to the floor, body shaking, adrenaline fading. Fire crackled soft, light only thing real in the cabin. But I knew it now. Couldn't let my guard down, not for a second. Next morning, or what I guess was morning, fire was just embers. Cabin all filled with this dull grey light. Stretched out, body stiff, every muscle atching from being so tense all night. Radio was back on the table, like nothing happened. Off now, dials still and quiet. Hesitated before going near it, half expecting it to jump to life as soon as I got close. But when I picked it up, cold metal felt solid, real. Turned it over in my hands, looking for any sign of what went down last night. Nothing seemed off, until I saw its small piece of paper tucked under the radio. Same paper from before, rules written out in blocky handwriting. But something was different. Heart dropped as I read through the list. Rule 1: a fire burning always. Rule 2: don't look straight at the shadows. Rule 3: loft at night, stay away no matter what. Rule 4: door after dark, don't open, even if they knock. Rule 5: a voice is calling your name, don't answer. Rule 6: radio rules beat all others. Rule 7: leave no trace. Last rule new. Stared at it, mind racing. Leave no trace. What the hell did that mean? Eyes darted around the cabin, suddenly seeing everything different. Every object I touched, chair by the fire, blanket I used, dishes from the cold food I ate. How could I wipe away all of it? Radio crackled to life, snapped me out of it. You being watched, voice said, calm but serious. Cabin doesn't like intruders. Froze, paper gripped tight. What does that mean? I whispered, even though I knew radio wouldn't answer. But it did, kept going, like it was reading my thoughts. Burn everything you used, every trace, every mark. Cabin's got to be like you were never here. Cabin didn't like intruders. That why it was so cheap to rent. Was it even supposed to be rented at all? Thought of something out there, something I couldn't understand. Watching me from the shadows, skin crawled. Glanced at the fireplace, just glowing embers now. If I burned everything, would that make it happy? Or was this some sick game, just making me weaker? Rules were rules though, and the radio voice said it had been right so far. Grabbed the chair first, broke it up into pieces small enough for the fireplace. Fire jumped up as the wood caught, sparks flying. Next, blanket, soft fabric just curled up, turned black in the flames. One by one, I fed my stuff to the fire, hands shaking the whole time. Felt like burning pieces of myself, getting emptier, more lost. Cabin filled with smoke, smell of burning wood, but I kept going, until nothing was left. No sign I was ever there. Radio crackled again, voice softer now. Good, it said. Bought yourself another day. Another day, that's all it was. Just a little extra time. Chest tightened as it hit me. I wasn't winning. Just staying afloat, barely, and the water was rising fast. Cabin went dead quiet after the radio shut up. Fire crackling, that was it. Sat in the middle of the room, staring at the walls like they'd just fall down on me any second. Something about the cabin, it had changed. Not something you could see, more like a heavy feeling, like something was pressing down on you, suffocating you. Hours went by, and I started seeing things on the walls. Faint at first, just smudges in the wood. Thought I was losing it, seeing things, from no sleep, and being scared half to death. But as the firelight moved around, smudges seemed to take shape. Long, jagged lines, twisting and curling like tree roots. Got up, walked over to the nearest wall, heart pounding. Markings were clearer now, deep grooves cut into the wood. Ran my fingers over them. Rough wood under my fingers, not random words. You cannot leave. Breath caught. Stepped back, eyes darting around the room. Markings everywhere now, crawling up the walls like vines. More words, messages, all scratched in this angry, messed up writing. Stay silent after midnight. Don't trust the light. Forest is not empty. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead, trying to figure it out. Who wrote this? What wrote this? Always been there, hiding until now. Or was the cabin itself talking to me? Radio crackled again, static cutting through the quiet like a knife. Jumped, almost knocked over the chair from before. Don't touch the walls, voice said, sharp, ordering me. They are not for you. Stomach twisted. Already touched them. Panic hit, wiping my hands on my jeans. Trying to get rid of whatever I just touched. What happens if I did? I whispered, but knew radio wouldn't answer. Fire dimmed again. Flames shrinking, weak sputtering. Shadows started moving across the room, long and twisted. Backed away from the walls. Heart racing as shadows got darker, thicker, almost solid. Then I heard it. Faint scratching sound, like nails on wood. From the walls. Froze again, eyes snapping to the sound. Markings on the walls moving. Twisting, changing, like they were alive. Wards rearranged themselves. New message right in front of me. You are being watched. Scratching louder, faster now. Not just walls, everywhere, inside the cabin. Grabbed the radio, held it tight to my chest. Lifeline. What do I do? I shouted, voice cracking. Radio hissed, static louder. Then, through the noise, voice again. Stay inside. Don't respond. Respond to what? I whispered, but before I got anything back, radio went silent. Scratching stopped, cabin went dead quiet. Then, from outside the door, knock. 3 sharp raps, like knuckles on wood. Knock, sound of the knock froze me solid, breath stuck in my throat. Impossible, just impossible. Who, what, could be knocking on the door of this cabin, in the middle of nowhere? And why knock? Like they were asking to come in politely. Fire still sputtering weak in the hearth, throwing jumpy shadows across the walls. Gripped the radio tighter, cold metal in my hand, grounding me as my mind went into overdrive. Voice on the radio said don't respond, but every part of me was screaming to do the opposite. Ignoring it felt like tempting something bad, but answering that felt worse. Another knock, louder this time. 3 sharp raps. Hard and demanding. Swallowed hard, legs shaking as I stood up slow. Walked towards the door, each step felt like walking to my own execution. Hand shaking, hovering over the doorknob. Leaned in, pressed my ear against the wood, listening, nothing. Just silence. Almost talked myself into just walking away when the knock came again. So hard this time the door rattled in its frame. Stumbled back. Heart pounding. Eyes darted to the windows, but they were black, nothing but night out there. Didn't feel like anything was out there. Felt like everything was. Radio crackled to life, scared me half to death. Clutched it tight as the voice came back, colder than before. Do not open the door. God nodded without thinking, even though the voice couldn't see me. Mind racing for any kind of answer, anything that made sense. Who's out there? I whispered, voice barely there. Do not open the door. Voice repeated, louder this time, like a threat. It is not who you think, not who I think. Meaning someone, something I knew. Hands clenched into fists, nails digging into my palms, trying to stay steady. Knock again, relentless, wouldn't quit. Then, a voice, low, gravelly, from the other side of the door. Jake, open up. It's me. Froze. My voice. Sound of my own voice hit me like a punch to the gut. Wrong. So wrong. Legs gave out, fell back into the nearest chair, head spinning. Fire flickered, dimmed even more, like it was reacting to my fear. "Jake." Voice called again, pushing, angry now. "You can't stay in there forever. Open the door." Shook my head hard. Radio clutched like it was the only thing keeping me here. "What's happening?" I hissed into it, voice shaking, desperate. "What is this?" Radio hissed static for a second, then voice again. "It's testing you." Testing me? What the hell did that mean? Glanced at the door, sweat running down my face. Voice outside got angrier, louder, demanding. "Open the door, Jake. Let me in." Body screaming run, get away from the door, but I couldn't move. Stuck, frozen. Knocking stopped, then silence, deafening silence. Then doorknob started to turn. Doorknob turning slow, metal creaking. Cutting through the quiet like a knife. Jumped up, chest heaving, lungs trying to escape. Hand gripped the radio so tight it felt like it was part of me. This was it. Make or break time. Rules real, or was it all just madness? Door didn't swing wide open. Stopped just a crack, inches open, showing a sliver of darkness outside. No shape, no person, just blackness. Deep black, like it would swallow you whole if you looked too long. "Jake." Voice called again, but not from the door. From the radio. But not the same voice as before. This one was twisted, warped, trying to sound like me, but sick wrong. "You're not doing so good, are you?" Fire sputtered one last time, died out completely, room plunged into shadow. Stumbled back, putting space between me and the door. Voice cracked, shouting at the radio. "What do you want from me?" Chuckling crackled through the speaker. "Want? No, Jake. It's about what you want, isn't it? Isn't that why you're here? To fix what's broken." Breath caught. Air sucked out of the room again. Voice knew. Knew about the memories, battlefields, people I couldn't save. Fingers shaking, radio tighter. Door creaked open more, just enough for something to slide through. Shadow. Didn't walk, didn't crawl. Glided like smoke, shape shifting. Like it couldn't decide what to be. Stopped just inside the doorway, and even though it had no eyes, I felt it looking at me. Voice on the radio, gentle now, almost kind. "There's a way out, Jake, way to escape." Our shadow moved closer, edges blurring into the floor like ink in water. Wanted to run, feet stuck to the floor. "How?" I whispered, voice gone. Radio crackled. "Let it in," but jerked back, shaking my head. "No, no way." Shadow reached out, something like a limb, or just part of itself. Brushed against the table, black smear left behind, shimmering weirdly. Voice kept going, smooth, tempting. "You're tired, Jake. Tired of running, tired of remembering. Let it in, and it all goes away." Tears stung my eyes, weight of the words crushing me. Thought of the people gone, ghosts of my past, always there day and night. But then rules. Rules on the walls, voice on the radio. Clench fists, pain in my hands, kept me here. "No," I said, voice stronger now, steady for the first time all night. "I'm not letting it in." Shadow stopped moving, form rippling, like my no hit it hard. Radio hissed static, then voice came back, darker, meaner. "You've made a mistake." Shadow surged forward, fire went out, room black as pitch. Darkness was too much. Pressed in on me, alive. Couldn't see my hand in front of my face, but could hear the radio, faint hum, still clutched tight. Shadow swallowed the fire, the room, maybe everything. Chest tight, voice again smooth, but nasty. "Jake," it purred. "You picked the hard way. but being stubborn it costs. Cabin creaked, invisible weight on it. Wooden beams above groaned like they'd break any second. Air colder. Whispers started, not the radio voice, but voices, quiet, sad. Sounded like pieces of lives lost, choices you wished you could take back. Stumbled back, foot caught on the cot, fell hard on the floor. Radio flew out of my hand, clattered on the floor, static louder, sharper. Not just noise anymore. Pattern to it now, beat like my own heart, gone crazy fast. Whispers louder, all together now, one voice. You can still fix this, Jake. Open the door. Turn towards the door now, shut tight. Different now. Wood dark, twisted. Like it aged 100 years in minutes. Handle gleamed a little in the dark, calling to me. Rules flashed again. 1. Don't open the door for anyone, no matter what. Shook my head, whispering to myself. It's a trick. Gotta be a trick. Then knock. Faint at first, barely heard over the static. Then louder, pushing. Second knock, then third. Each one like a hammer blow to my head. Jake, voice outside, desperate now. Not the shadow voice. Woman's voice. I'm lost out here. Freezing, need help. Froze again, sounded real. Too real to be a trick, but then rule 2. Someone outside asks for help, ignore them. Not who they say they are. Knocks turn to pounding, woman's voice cracking, desperate. Please, don't want to die out here. Pressed hands over my ears, rocking back and forth. Not real, I kept saying. Door shaking hard, like it was gonna break down. Then voice changed, not a woman anymore. My own voice again, twisted mocking. Jake, you're a coward. Letting them suffer 'cause you're scared. Shadows on the walls twisting, writhing, turning into shapes, ugly shapes, mocking me. Pounding stopped, just silence. Heavy silence, ears ringing. Open the door, radio hissed. Crawled back into the corner. Knees pulled to my chest. Rules only thing left. No, I whispered. Won't break them. Door creaked open a tiny bit on its own. Beam of light pale, wrong light, spilled into the room. Squeezed my eyes shut, but could feel the light on my skin, cold, creeping. Jake, voice now behind me, soft, cold. Didn't turn around. Couldn't, then final test. Opened my eyes again, cabin dead silent. Fire back in the hearth, crackling soft but no heat. Door closed like it never opened. Everything looked normal. Too normal. Body ached like I'd run a marathon, but alive. Guess so. Stumbled to my feet, weight of the night crushing me. Radio in the middle of the room, untouched, static quieted down to a hum. Cabin felt brighter, little bit of dawn light through the warped wood. Relief washed over me. Made it. Followed the rules. Survived. But relief didn't last. Walked towards the door, gonna get out, but something caught my eye. Wall by the fireplace, mirror I hadn't seen before. Grimy, old thing. Been there forever. Stopped, looking at it, breath fogging in front of me. Walked up to it, and my stomach dropped. Reflection wasn't me. Man in the mirror looked like me, same face, same shape, but eyes hollow, skin grey, mouth moving, but no sound. Leaned closer, hand shaking, reaching for the glass. Help me, reflection whispered. Stumbled back, heart going crazy. Reflection, not a trick. Not my head playing games. Real, and not just a reflection. Another me, static from the radio, jumped up again, loud, sharp. Jake, voice crackled. Now you know. What do you want from me? I screamed, spinning around the room. I followed your rules. Did everything you said. Shadows on the walls started to move together. making shapes like people, men, women, old, young. Faces empty, sad, bodies half gone in the dark, victims, stuck here, same rules, same choices. You didn't survive. Voice from the radio said, nasty now. You've only just begun. Door swung open, but not forest outside. Just nothing. Black hole of darkness. Shadow people stepped forward, bone hands reaching.
Wait, I shouted. You can't do this.
I followed the rules, but they didn't stop. Room colder, fire died in a puff of smoke, light from the door pulling me in like a vacuum. Voice on the radio, one last time, cruel laugh in the words. Rules aren't to save you. They're to get you ready for forever. Felt darkness take me, pulling me into nothing. Screams lost in the black, lost with all the others. Weeks later, hikers found the cabin, deep in the Smokies. Old radio inside, faint static, rules written on paper. Young woman, hiker, picked up the note, curious. Radio crackled. Hello, it said. If you're hearing this, listen close. You must follow these rules. And it started all over again. Man, being a ranger in the Okefenokee swamp for 5 years, you see some things. It's the biggest blackwater swamp in the whole US, right? Takes up a huge chunk of southeast Georgia. Place is massive, packed with all sorts of critters, foxes, gators, even the odd bear wanders in sometimes. But over the years, I figured out it ain't just wildlife out there. There's something else, something not human. This swamp, it keeps secrets from beyond the water, you know. One of my earliest memories, back when I was green as grass, a junior ranger, maybe 25 years old. They were easing me into the job, drip feeding me new stuff to do. Eventually, I got to the point where they trusted me to do patrols solo, check things out if needed. Finally, they handed me the keys to the fan boats we used to get deep in. That's where I got my first real scare. It was getting dark, real fast. And some folks came rushing into the station, saying they'd been hiking and lost their buddy. Not unusual, honestly. Take a wrong turn out there, and you're swallowed by water and trees. Unless you got a hawk's eye, you're not gonna spot the way back. Sun was sinking, and they hadn't seen him for hours, yelling their lungs out the whole way back. So, guess who got to go searching? Me. My partner on duty, Sarah, took the report while I grabbed the big ass flashlight we use for night searches, the boat keys, and hauled myself out the door to see what I could find. They said they'd come from the western part of the swamp, real dense woods, floods easy, not great timing, 'cause storm clouds were rolling in again. Moonlight was playing hide and seek, popping out from behind clouds. Then bam, pitch black for a few minutes, then back again. Trees overhead, throwing crazy shadows. Every little rustle, every move, made me jump. And the mosquitoes. Forget about it. Worst damn things out there. Millions of those little bastards swarming me. Practically blocking out the flashlight beam, swirling around in the light. Hard enough seeing anything with the tree shadows, but seeing bug shadows the size of dogs in the distance messes with your head, man. Heat didn't help either. Clothes sticking to my sweaty skin. I was out there maybe 2 hours, moon high up, sun long gone. Then the first drop started. Rain slow at first, just a drop here, a drop there. Thunder grumbled in the distance, ominous as hell. Then, lightning flashed, blinding white. Lit up the whole swamp, everything around me, even overpowered my flashlight. That's when I started seeing them. Looked like people at first. hiding behind trees, tucked in shadows, branches hiding them. Some tall, some shorter, some bleached white as bone. Others looked covered in mold dirt. First one, I barely caught it in the light, just as it ducked behind a tree. Long, white fingers on one hand, that's all I saw before it vanished back into the dark. 10 minutes later, saw another one, clearer this time. Middle of the trees, half sunken in the water and muck. Weased up, mostly rotted body. Bugs and weather had stripped it down to bone in places, ribs showing through, rotten ribbons of flesh still hanging on. Disappeared quick as my light hit it. One rotting eye, still staring at me from its skull, then gone under the water. I was shaking, man, scared shitless. Tried to radio Sarah, tell her what I was seeing, but no signal. Walkie-talkie was useless. Finally got to the area where they lost their friend. Started yelling his name, even though I was freaking out. Everything I'd seen up to then, I could kind of rationalize, you know. First time out in the swamp alone, especially this late, weather messing with my nerves. Then, trees opened up into a clearing. Small pond. Nothing but dark water, no roots, no trunks sticking out. Rain stopped, just like that. Moon popped out from behind the clouds, shining right down on that black water, reflecting like a mirror. And there, standing in the middle of the clearing, hands stretched high, reaching for the moon, pleading for it to come down and meet it, was a body. Hell, body was probably too mild. This thing was stripped clean of flesh, empty eye sockets, staring up at the moon. From where I was in the boat, I could see it was dressed in a long, flowing white gown, almost like a wedding dress. Couldn't tell if it was longing, reverence, or both. Reaching for the moon like that. Standing on top of the water, like it was glass, not even a ripple. Glowing in the moonlight. Then, more skeletons, more decaying bodies started rising from the water, gliding up, surrounding the skeletal bride. She kept reaching for the moon. And they grabbed her, dragging her back down under the surface as the clouds covered the moon again. I swung my floodlight around, trying to see if anything was still there, but the clearing was empty. Just shadows dancing on the water again. I turned that fan boat around so fast, got the hell out of there. We found the lost hiker the next day. Guy had somehow wandered all the way to a highway, miles away. Sarah didn't believe a word I said about the skeletons, the bride, the bodies in the water. Just looked at me like I was nuts. But I know what I saw out there that night. Something ain't right in that swamp. About a year or so after the skeleton bride incident, things got even weirder. We had a murder on our hands, or at least, that's what it looked like at first. Some poor girl's body turned up floating in one of the touristy spots. Completely drained of blood, every last drop gone. Only thing they found was this single puncture wound, right between her neck and shoulder. Definitely not from any animal in the park. So, bam. Georgia Bureau of Investigation rolls in to investigate. I got teamed up with this GBI agent, guy named Reynolds, to show him around the swamp, help him look for clues, maybe a weapon, anything to figure out where she was killed. Good dude, Reynolds. We actually hit it off pretty well, became friends over the couple of weeks we were out there, knee deep in swamp water. One thing we both agreed on. The amount of crap being dumped into this place had to stop. There was a lithium mining operation about to start right outside the swamp. Strip mines and all. And that was just the latest problem. Turns out, Some of the big train yards had been dumping chemicals for decades, just now coming to light. No wonder we were seeing cancer clusters popping up in kids around here. Kids way too damn young getting sick. But what we found one night, maybe a week into the investigation, that made us realize things were way worse than just pollution. Another body showed up the day before, causing another whole mess, while the GBI was still trying to wrap their heads around the girl's case. This one was a big fella. Matched him up with a trucker who'd gone missing a couple weeks back. Big rig found empty on the side of the highway. Body was in bad shape, decay setting in, but same wound, same telltale sign, drained of blood. Reynolds and I spent the next day tracking deep into the swamp, trying to figure out where these bodies were coming from. We followed the faint currents in the water for about 7 hours, soon up to sundown. Finally, we found it. A shallow clearing in the northeast quadrant. Trees packed tight around it kept it hidden, but there was this small gap, like a floodgate. We figured that's how the bodies were getting loose, drifting out to the tourist areas when it rained. Our theory got backed up pretty damn quick. We found the origin point, all right. Inside that clearing, bodies piled up, different stages of rot. Every single one drained of blood. Newest one maybe a few days old tops. Skin on some of them, alabaster white, glowing against the dark water, made my stomach churn in the humid air. The whole place stank of death. Worse than that time I found a rotting bear near the park entrance. Poor bastard got clipped by a car. All the bodies had the same puncture wound, though it was in different spots, depending on how the killer got to them, I guess. Reynolds pulled out his radio, tried to call back to HQ, let them know what we found. No luck, emergency in town, they said. Typical rural South, resources stretched thin. We were stuck out there, just the two of us, had to wait for backup. But we had our own plan, just in case the killer decided to come back. We parked the fan boat a ways downstream, anchored it to a tree, out of sight. Then we wrestled ourselves into waders and boots, trying to stay somewhat dry as we headed back to that clearing. Sun was dipping low. Knew we had to get into position quick, before dark caught us by surprise. Lucky for us, there was one of the old ranger outposts nearby, a rickety cabin on stilts falling apart. We crammed ourselves in, getting ready for a long night. Maybe 2 hours passed. Nothing. I think I even dozed off for a bit on one of those rusty folding chairs in the outpost. Place was bare bones. Old landline phone hanging on the wall. Dusty desk in the corner. One dingy light bulb hanging from the ceiling. Damn thing didn't even work. Probably no power anyway. Reynolds went outside, took a look around while I was snoring. Woke me up, showed me why the power was out. Small posts holding up the power lines, ripped clean out of the ground. Just a frayed wire hanging loose over the water. Major safety hazard. Sure, but who's gonna come out this far to fix it? Sun was gone, sky black as ink. We realized then, this ain't no ordinary serial killer. Reynolds had these fancy night vision binoculars. We took turns, watching the clearing, scanning the whole damn area, desperate to see anything coming before it got too close. Worst fear, killer coming back to dump another body, drained of blood, naturally. And that's exactly what happened. Just a few minutes after midnight, still no backup. Just us two debating whether to drop a GPS marker and head back to the station. I was on watch, scanning left to right. Then, bam! Figure standing in the clearing. Huge. 9-10 feet tall easy, holding another body limp as a rag doll. Drained, for sure. Thing just flung it down next to the tree, crumpled to the water. I grabbed Reynolds, pointed, shoved the binoculars in his hands. His gaspy, "I'll never forget it." 'Cause then, the thing turned right towards us. This thing, Reynolds called it Muthman's southern cousin later. And yeah, that's kinda close. Bris of stiff spines all along its arms and legs. 6 arms sprouting down its body. 2 ended in sharp points. We thought those were the murder weapons at first. Others had human-like hands, but the fingers were razor sharp. Then it looked down at the body it just dumped. Something unfurled from its face. Huge red eyes, glowing in the moonlight. Hexic patterns reflecting in everything around it. Mouth stretched open, and I realized it wasn't a mouth sharp, needle-like beak. It jabbed that beak into the fresh corpse. Couldn't tell what it was doing, but the body started to shiver. Something squirming under the skin, moving inward. That was enough for us. Me and Reynolds, we were done trying to figure this thing out. Murder investigation clearance meant we were packing heat. Both of us drew our guns. Reynolds had a rifle, I just had my standard issue pistol. Gave ourselves a sec to get ready, grabbed a couple of old flares from the desk in the outpost, figured they might help. Moved out, careful. Stayed hidden at the edge of the clearing. Reynolds poked his rifle barrel around the corner, waiting for an opening. Then, damn thing turned, locked those giant red eyes right on mine. Wasn't human, no way. And behind those eyes, just hunger. Desire to feed, breed, eat some more. Stereotypical southern pest, turned into my worst nightmare. Soon as it saw us, Reynolds fired. Shot ripped through the air, hit it in one arm. Thing roared, took off flying. Both of us blasting shots up at it. Think one of ours hit right, 'cause it clipped a wing. Lost lift, started falling back down. I fired again, hit it in the lower jaw, took out that needle beak. One more shot, one more shot. We can take this thing, I yelled. Clicked my trigger. Empty. Clip was dry, went to reload, fumbled the new clip. Dropped it right into the dark water. Crap. Mosquito man rushed us. Hit Reynolds like a freight train, sent him flying backwards, splashing into the muck behind us. I started running back towards the outpost, scooped Reynolds up as I went. He'd lost his rifle when he got thrown. We were weaponless. Hauling ourselves up onto the outpost platform, I uncapped a flare, tossed it at the lumbering creature, still wading towards us. Didn't handle the deep water too well, despite being so damn tall. Struggling to pull its feet out of the muck. Got inside the outpost, Reynolds slammed the door, pulled the deadbolt. Snapped right off, rusted solid. Just a moment later, loud thump shook the whole place. Creature landed on the platform outside. Nothing we could do but press ourselves against the back wall, hoping it'd lose interest, wander off.
Yeah, right.
Sharp arm busted through the thin wooden door, tore a chunk out. Pulled back. Thing was coming in now, forcing itself through the doorway. Ripping wood panels out of the door and wall. Little chance of escape, but had to try. I ripped open the shutter over the back window. Dingy pane of glass, half my size. Pulled my arm back, smashed my elbow through it, glass shattering. Got out, pulled Reynolds out after me. Creature getting closer in the outpost. Uncapped the last flare. Threw it back through the window. Bright flame caught. Ignited the old rotting wood inside. We scrambled back, trying to get around the outpost, back to our boat, before that thing got out. Then the scream. Damn scream. Something I'll never forget. Sounded like dozens of voices crying out at once. Flames licking at its skin. Saw the window burst outwards, wall around it blasted out, flames reaching for us. Creature fell out, body half on fire. Sizzling as it hit the water below. Had to get out of there. Water splashing up through my waders, chilling me even in the humid air. Then I saw it, blue sparks, a few feet away in the darkness. Live wire on that ripped out power post Reynolds had pointed out. Risky idea. Crazy even, but if it meant taking that bastard out, I'd try it. It was gurgling up from the water now, clumsily thrashing towards us in the dark. Nothing stopping it. But I made a run for that post, quick as I could. Waders were rubber. Hoped that half-baked plan would work. Thing got closer. Reached out, grabbed that wire, used its own momentum to swing it around. Plant it right on the creature. Face first into the live wire. Brief shock jolted through me as I let go, smoke rising from it. Convulsed. Then went limp against the post, wire shorted out. Creature dead. Outpost still burning around us. We both lifted the body, dragged it towards the burning pile. That was its funeral pyre. Threw it on top, let it burn away, make sure it stayed dead. No sound from it, just crackling flames, smoke rising. Then, screams started again, from the clearing this time. Higher pitched, discordant, core of hell. Covered our ears, looked back. Moonlight showed 3 small bodies, maybe 3-4 feet tall. One took to the air. Massive needle mouth extending under glowing red eyes. This thing was nesting. Eggs in the dead bodies. Reproducing. I went back to the boat. Grabbed the flare gun and a gas can. Reynolds, he was dealing with the little ones, stumping them flat. Didn't put up much of a fight. Thankfully. We started hauling those bodies, piling them up in the dreest spot we could find, then doused them in gasoline. Soaked good and proper. Went back to the boat, aimed the flare gun carefully at the pile through the clearing, pulled the trigger. Every damn body in that pile went up in flames that night. Still don't know who they all were. Families probably never got closure. But after seeing what that thing was nesting in them, burning those bodies, felt like doing them a favor. Reynolds and I gave the same report, word for word. GBI, didn't buy it. Every time we talked about it since, we wondered. Freak of nature, cryptid, mutant abomination cooked up by all the pollution. My money's on pollution. Chemicals seeping into mosquito spawn, making those bastards. Now, anytime bodies turn up in the swamp, we watch 'em for a few days, make sure they ain't gonna reproduce into more of those things. Swamp's terrifying, yeah, but sometimes it's beautiful in a weird way. Swamp lights, for example. Little floating torches in the dark, moving on their own. Seen 'em enough to know they ain't normal. Some folks call 'em ball lightning. Others say it's gas and heat in the air. We rangers, we figured out it's something else. Something more. See 'em every other week, maybe. Faint glows in the distance from the outpost, tree lines on patrol. No telling where they'll pop up. But we knew, swamp lights out there. We got searching to do. Every time one of those lights showed up, floating over the water, it was like a beacon, guiding us to something. Usually, unfortunately, that something was a body. Someone lost, wandered off trail. Not even scary swamp lights. More just sad. Every time we saw one, sign to get out the nets, drag the water. But not always bodies. Think some are just stray spirits, stuck here, can't move on. even after their bodies are buried proper. Lonely maybe. Floating out there, looking for someone. Something to notice they were ever here. One night, out on the main station platform, looked out at the trees, saw what looked like Christmas lights blinking in and out. Way bigger than fireflies. Bad feeling hit me. Mass grave. Lights were just there, zipping over the water, chasing each other, almost playful. Dredged the area next day. Nothing, no bodies. Just figured those were lost souls, finally met up, enjoying a little company after being alone in the dark so long. Last real crazy encounter. 2 years ago. Mostly desk jockey now, retired from wandering the muck. Bright midday, doing land survey work. Checking for invasive plants near one of the nicer outposts, AC, amenities, all that. Lunch break. Figured I'd eat on the platform. Enjoy the view. Fall coming, weather was perfect. Nature out here, beautiful. Every shade of green you can imagine. Sat there an hour after lunch, just soaking it in, watching gators laze around in the water. Zoned out, staring at the tree line. Couple dozen yards away. Then it started walking. Through the trees. This thing tall. Taller than Mosquito Man. 12 feet easy. Built like a brick house, 10 tons. Looked like it could lift a truck. Dark brown fur matted, small beady eyes, long snout. Ferocious teeth curling out of its lip, top and bottom. Saliva dripping. Sharp claws gripping trees, hopping from bank to bank. Tearing bark as it went. Don't know if I made a sound or it just smelled me. Stopped dead. Turned. Looked right at me. Howl ripped through the air like nothing I ever heard. Then it charged. Tore into the water, splashing towards the platform. I was up, inside. Door slammed, bolted, chained. Faster than I ever moved in my life. Whole outpost shook when it hit the door. Hoping to whatever God was listening it wouldn't break through. Kept beating on the door, claws ripping wood. Don't know what it wanted, me, or just unlucky timing. Beating stopped. Heavy footfalls plotting around the platform, looking for another way in. No time to waste. Out here. Learned you gotta defend yourself first, wildlife danger or not. Ran to the gun locker, pump shotgun, loaded 2 shells, cocked it. Monster threw itself against the wall opposite me, trying to break in. Ferocious growls like a rabid dog, about to pass the window. 1 shot. That's all I'd get. Raised the gun, aimed square at the window, held my breath, finger on the trigger. Creature ran from the side. Massive claw slammed against the window, glass shattered, climbing through. Fired. First shot caught it in the left shoulder. Pumped, reloaded. Shoulder throbbing from the kickback. Still coming. Fired again, quick. Second shell peppered its face, blew off skin around its skull. Still staring at me, half its mouth fixed in a snarl, flesh hanging off. Turned tail ran, explaining the broken window, gashed door. Easy. We all knew weird stuff happened out there. Sometimes, place just needed repairs after bad weather or wildlife. Expense reports. Bad weather usually covered it. Sometimes we'd get creative, send in random stuff, just to mess with the state auditors. They weren't gonna come check, not out here. Haven't seen that damn thing since, thank God. Heard younger rangers talk about howls late at night, seeing something big moving in the trees. Shine a light. Just get green eyes reflecting back. That's enough for them to turn tail and run. Me. Desk job now. Younger folks can deal with the craziness Okefenokee throws at you. I'll stay right here, in the AC. Man, you could hear a pin drop in that room. Seriously, just the projector buzzing, throwing these jumpy, weird shadows all over the walls of the lecture hall. Every single eye in the place was locked on me, not even blinking, just shimmering, you know? Like they were fascinated, but also totally freaked out. Someone cuffed, all nervous and choked up, from somewhere in the middle rows. Then creak a chair, one of those ancient bolted, down things, screamed like nails on a chalkboard. And through it all, the rain was just pounding against the windows, like it was trying to break in. I glanced down at the flash drive in my hand. Just a bit of plastic and metal, right? But in that dim light, it caught a spark, and suddenly it felt like I was holding Pandora's box or something. I gripped it tighter, stood up straighter, trying to ignore the ache in my knees and back. You know the drill. Too many hours bent over lab benches. Too many nights staring at data. I honestly wished I could just torch. The mic on the podium gave this little whine as I breathed into it. They were all waiting for something. Hope, maybe a crazy story to get them all riled up, scandalized. Something they could tweet and forget by lunchtime. But no way they'd forget this. None of us would, I figured. What I'm about to tell you. I started, my voice way too quiet. It's not a fairy tale. It's a straight-up nightmare. And we made it. The words just hung there. I saw movement in the front row, a young woman, maybe early 20s, notebook shaking in her hands, pen frozen over the page. Next to her, a guy with a news jacket, local channel. I recognized the logo. His camera was already rolling, that tiny red light blinking like the end of a cigarette in the dark. In the silence, everything else just got louder. The hum of that dodgy fluorescent light at the back of the room was suddenly screaming. The smell of wet coats and damp leather was thick, mixed with this stale, metallic tang of old coffee from some forgotten cup. I slid the flash drive into the USB port on the ancient laptop on the podium. For a split second, I hesitated. Most people say they want the truth, right? But the truth, it messes you up. I tapped the keyboard a couple of times, bringing an image up on the screen behind me. Grainy photo. The room took this collective breath, like, whoosh. This was the first one, I said. 2008. Pale, shriveled thing, half buried in the sand of the Mariana Trench. Deep sea drone footage. All hazy, bits of junk floating around. Floodlights cutting through the dark, showing just enough. Long, bony tail. Someone back then joked about hips. And the face he half crushed, but still, you could see it, unmistakably human-like. A shiver went through the room like a wave. I was there, I said, my voice quiet. The start of it all. That corpse, that's how it began. I was part of a team they threw together, oceanographers, biologists, chemists, geneticists. Nothing about it made sense at the time. But it changed everything. I heard chairs shifting again, nervous murmurs, quiet. Not loud yet. Someone whispered, like they didn't want me to hear. That's fake. I met the reporter's eyes for a second. Good, I said out loud. They need to be scared. Fear's their shield. I took a breath, focused on the room again. We weren't the only ones, see. That's what they didn't tell you. The Russians, they found theirs first. Years before this. We even suspected the Chinese had bits and pieces of something similar. Where? I gestured vaguely. The Americans. We stumbled in late. Around 2012. It wasn't about discovery anymore by then. It was about weapons. The tension in the room was thick enough to choke on. Mermaid isn't really the right word for them. I went on. These things. Yeah, we started there, with the mermaid thing. But it's misleading. These aren't myths, not bedtime stories. They're adaptations, aberrations, parasitic life, owned to survive in places so dark, so hostile, we used to think nothing could live there. Elegance. Nah. There's none of that. Just hunger. I scanned the faces in the audience, pale, tense, silent. And they are not extinct, or beat. 2 beats. We made sure of that. Gasps, soft at first, then louder, broke the silence. The reporter in the front row leaned forward, practically drooling now, itching to ask the question hanging in the air. He didn't even wait for me to call on him. Hand shot up. So what happened? He blurted out. What did you do to them? What did they do to you? I let myself smile, dark, bitter. What did we do to them? I repeated softly. I leaned back from the podium a little, putting both hands flat on the cheap wood for balance. We thought we could control them, I said, my voice dropping even lower. We violated every rule of nature, every rule of ethics, spliced, cloned, augmented. We wanted them better, faster, stronger, for war, for powerful. I shook my head. The stuff in your movies, DNA, revolution, that was child's play, primitive. These creatures, crack of thunder outside, lightning flashed, the lights flickered once, twice, then died. The projector went black. The room plunged into shadow. This time, the murmurs turned into a low rumble, uneasy. Someone whispered, way too loud. What the hell was that? They already know we're talking. I murmured to myself, waving a hand to quiet the crowd. Light show from the storm. That's all. But it wasn't just weather. Nothing tonight would be just weather or chance. They'd see. When we got to Alpha next, they wouldn't leave this room quite whole. The storm kind of faded in my memory as I shifted back from the lecture hall to 2008. The steel hull of the research vessel just swelled up in my mind, cramped spaces. That faint smell of salt and machine grease hanging in the air. This was where it all kicked off. The first living encounter. That grainy photo I'd shown, that shriveled thing in the Mariana Trench, that had been my first heads up, a warning we totally ignored. But this was the next level, where it all got real. The flashback wasn't clean, never is. It came in jagged bits, dragged up from way down deep in my memory. The vessel had a name, but it barely registered anymore. Evangel, or maybe Blue Horizon. Name didn't matter. What mattered was what we hauled up from the deep, locked in that reinforced tank in the middle of our lab. That thing was the center of our messed up, fragile little world. Take a look at it. Dr. Irina Volkov was the first one to speak. Her voice was tight, thin. She leaned right up to the tank, one hand clamped around the stainless steel railing. She wasn't asking. She was making us face it, deal with the thing we'd fished out of the abyss. That thing just hung there in the shimmering fake seawater, floating upright, creepy still, like it had been waiting for us. The clear, cold glass showed every detail under the lab's bright lights. Reddish, grey skin stretched way too tight over these sharp bone ridges. Its arms, if you could even call them, that hung at its sides like twisted branches, way too long, ending in fingers tipped with claws. The skin, all porous and leathery, made my stomach flip, like it was both rotting and alive at the same time. But even with all that, the claws, the ridges, the freaky alien body. It wasn't the body that got to me. It was the face. The predator's face. The skull-like shape just stared right at me, those glassy, oversized eyes reflecting the light backlight twin. Unnerving mirrors. Those almond-shaped holes, they weren't meant to connect with you. They were meant to size you up, measure you, calculate. Zero emotion in that dead stare. No joy, no sadness. Just this stillness that felt way more dangerous than any kind of movement. "We shouldn't call it a mermaid," David Miller said softly, breaking the silence. He was hunched over one of the consoles, logging data with the steady hands of a surgeon. "It's misleading. Misleading." Irina spun around to face him, her Russian accent sharp as a knife. "You think this is a branding problem, David? Look at it." "I am looking," David replied, totally calm. "But we gotta think past the fairy tales. This isn't a mermaid. This is." He gestured kinda vaguely at the figure in the tank, its tail drifting slowly in the water, the pointed end scraping against the glass. A weaponized tail ending in a bone-plated barb. "A predator," he finished. "That's what it is." I could feel the truth of his words sink into the room, heavy as hell. Back then, we didn't know the full picture of what it could do. But even now, looking back, I could see that moment for what it was. The first crack in everything we thought we knew. "It's starving," Jade Green murmured from behind us. I turned and saw her standing back from the group, her green eyes locked on the creature, like it was the only thing in the universe. "Seen starving predators before," I said quietly. "That thing doesn't eat just to live. It eats to survive." The words came out easier than I expected. They weren't new to me, not really. Even then, I knew this wasn't just some rare, natural thing. The pale husk we'd found in the Mariana Trench that had hinted at something older, something darker. But this creature, alive and right there in front of us, was something else entirely. This was designed, engineered. Even looking half dead, I could feel the weight of its purpose. This wasn't evolution gone wild. This was what we had made. Next to me, Irina muttered something in Russian under her breath, her knuckles white as she gripped the railing. The creature's movements were tiny, careful. Its jaw twitched now and then, lips pulling back to show rows of serrated teeth tucked into its angular jaws. It was breathing, but even that was slow, like it was saving energy for something bigger. Then it made its first sound. A low, guttural hum slipped out of its throat, just loud enough to ripple the water. Not like whale songs or dolphin clicks. Just noise, stripped bare. No tune, no rhythm. Just this raw, feral vibration. But it didn't stop there. The hum stuttered, broke into bursts. Guttural croaks turning into these eerie murmurs. The sound echoed softly inside the tank, uneven, but definitely on purpose. It was testing something, reaching out in the dark for meaning. Each note was sharp as a needle. It wasn't just breathing anymore. It was babbling. Irina stepped back, startled. "What's it doing?" No one answered. Not even David, who suddenly looked more freaked out than I'd ever seen him. But Jade tilted her head, stepping closer to the center console. Her fingers hovered over the volume control for the tank's underwater mic. "Is it trying to talk?" "Don't touch anything," Irina snapped. Jade ignored her. Her hand slipped forward, boosting the sound through the speakers. Instantly, the air changed. The guttural hum got richer, layered. with this icy vibration that went right through you. The distortion grew louder, faster. Something about it was mesmerizing, rhythmic, in a way no normal ocean sound could ever be. Patterned, calculated. "It's mimicking us," Jade whispered, her voice shaking. Wonder and terror mixed together. "It's trying to copy sound," Irina spat, backing towards the far table. "Not mimicking. It is mocking. Do not humanize it. Do not pretend." The creature's head snapped around, fast, towards Irina. Muscles in its long neck twitched. Grotesque. For the first time, it moved with real purpose. "I think it understands pitch change," David said, his voice steady even as he scribbled like crazy. "Every time we shift our inflection, it recalibrates." And then it hit me. It wasn't just instinct. It wasn't just copying. This was intelligence. More than that, it was learning. The tank wasn't a prison. It was a classroom. And it was alpha. The submersible groaned, this real low rumble. Its titanium frame creaking under the insane pressure of the Indian Ocean. Outside, the water was just a swirling mess of mud, all churned up from our dive into total blackness. Headlights cut through the dark, but they didn't reach far. Just these weak beams in the middle of nowhere. My breath rasped in my rebreather mask, damp and steady, each exhale just reminding me how cut off we were. Way, way down. Inside the cabin, the air was stale, thick with the smell of machines and sweat. Cold seeped in through the metal walls, even though it was supposed to be insulated. Space was tight, a real metal coffin crammed with monitors and gear, barely enough room for the three of us. Irina was on my left, eyes glued to the readouts in front of her, fingers clamped around the console, knuckles white as bone, like she was holding on for dear life. David was to my right, totally calm, eyes reflecting the faint green glow of the sonar screen. Depth. Irina's voice cut through the engine hum, clipped, neutral, but you could hear the tension underneath. She never looked at me when she spoke, always locked on the machines. 680-70 meters, David said, no hesitation. He leaned closer to his console, squinting at the sonar. Coming up on the trench wall. "This doesn't feel right," Irina muttered suddenly, fingers twitching on the console. Still didn't turn to us, gaze sharp on the data scrolling across her screen. "The readings are off. Are you sure this is the site?" David didn't even blink, didn't look away from his screen. "Coordinates are correct," he said, fingers tapping at the display, precise, efficient. "Everything lines up. We're following the grid exactly as planned." I leaned forward a bit, harness pulling against my shoulders, peering through the viewport. At first, just blackness. Nothing but dark, endless, heavy. Then, the lights started to pick out shapes, faint at first, blurry, curling out of the haze. And then boom, the lights hit it head-on. Runes. Spread out across the sea below us. A whole mess of crumbled buildings and worn-down stone. Mud was everywhere, thick, like a pale blanket clinging to what was left of curved walls and pointy towers. Arches, that must have been amazing once, now just jutted up like broken ribs. Streets stretched out like veins across the ground, carved out by hands that were long gone. "It's not a city," Irina breathed. "It's a grave." "They're here," David said quietly, voice steady, but low, like speaking louder would break the silence. His eyes tracked the sonar, reading grids and patterns only he could understand. Irina leaned forward, hand almost touching the viewport, but she stopped herself. This layout, she said, voice tight but still trying to sound like she was just analyzing data. These structures, they're wrong. Disordered. This isn't what we expected. She cut herself off, breathed out, fogging the glass a little. It's not erosion, I said, voice softer than I meant it to be. They both turned to me. I pointed towards the shadows scattered across what used to be streets. Look. At first, the shapes looked random, just boulders half buried in silt. But as the light shifted, their shapes got clearer. Two keels, ribs, backbones, piles of bone, twisted into these messed up heaps. Some were huge, monstrous shapes. Others were disturbingly human, like skeletons slumped against walls, sprawled on the ground, arms reaching out. They didn't die fighting, David observed, his voice clinical. No defenses set up, no signs of a fight. This wasn't war. Arena's jaw tightened. It's unnatural, she said finally, voice low, almost like she didn't want to admit it. The way the bodies are, the density, it's wrong. This isn't normal death. There's nothing normal about any of this, I added quietly. David's voice, calm as ever, pulled me back. A disease, he said. That's the most likely thing. The scale of this, the way they're all clustered together, it fits. A disease, spreading fast. No time to bury or burn the bodies. They ran. I cut in, the words just slipping out. Irina's eyes snapped to me, but I kept going. They weren't just running from disease, David. They were running from something else. Something bigger. Bigger. Irina echoed, skeptical. And what exactly do you think that something was? I met her gaze. Use, I said, just like that. They were running from us. Her face hardened, but she didn't fire back right away. Instead, she turned back to the viewport. David stayed quiet, hands hovering over the console, attention split between the sonar and the ruins below. I pushed on. How many experiments have we run? How much of their world have we messed with without even knowing or caring? We couldn't leave them alone, not even when they tried to hide. Every time we reached into their world, we left something behind, something they couldn't survive. For a long moment, nobody spoke. The silence in the cabin was heavy, even heavier than the water outside. Irina shifted finally, hands curling into fists on her thighs. If these remains are older than when we started messing around down here, she said carefully, voice measured, cold, then this isn't our fault. Their society could have collapsed on its own. Could it? I asked, but my voice was just tired. No anger in it. Or did we weaken them way before we even knew they were there? Everything's connected, Irina. Doesn't take direct action to mess things up. Sometimes, just showing up is enough. Her lips parted a little, like she was going to argue, but no words came out. She just turned back to the viewport, shoulders stiff. David stayed still, focused, as the submersible drifted lower. The light swept over something half buried in the mud, a broken thing, coral and sediment stuck all over it. Jagged, trident-shaped. Alien, but familiar. My breath caught, mind scrambling to place it. But I didn't say anything. The dead didn't answer. They never would. The sample showed up in this totally ordinary steel canister. Burnished, kinda gleaming under the lab lights. Hard to believe something so small, so normal looking, could hold the key to total destruction. But nothing about this whole thing was harmless. Nothing was ordinary. The lab in Virginia was all about being sterile. White walls, white floors, white equipment. No warmth, no human touch. Even the air felt fake, scrubbed clean, replaced with that sharp, chemical smell of disinfectant. A low hum came from the vents overhead, so constant you couldn't tell if it was supposed to be calming or if it was driving you nuts. This was a place where nothing existed without a reason. A place that took pieces of you in exchange for answers. Docked, Jade Green stood to my left, gloved hands clasped tight behind her back. Her mouth was just a thin, pale line, but her eyes were locked on something across the room, laser-focused. One of her assistants was muttering data into a recorder, voice tight with nerves. The other techs moved around quiet as ghosts, their whispers lost in the steady beep of the monitors. Center of the room, the reinforced microscope station, triple-layered, surrounded by screens. The steel canister sat on a stainless steel counter nearby, all these tubes and wires hooking it up to the station. Inside that plain container, cloudy, messed up-looking liquid. The last bit of specimen Alpha, the creature from the deep. It had been alive when we first found it. This unbelievable discovery. But then it just died in containment, just like that, and any ideas we had about being in control. Poof. Gun. The autopsy that followed, that's when we found out what we were really dealing with. Jade breathed out, sharp, through her nose, breaking the silence. I'll start with the basics, she said, voice clinical, but with this tiny tremor in it. What you're looking at is wastewater, pulled straight from specimen Alpha's body during the autopsy. First thing we saw, crazy weird stuff in its biochemistry. Almost right away. She said, biochemistry, like it was a dirty word. Unusually high amounts of unidentified tiny things in its tissue and blood. At first, we thought environment, deep sea crud, something it got used to. Her hands tightened on the counter edge, gloves creaking softly. But it wasn't just outside it, she went on. These tiny things, they'd gotten inside its system. They weren't just hanging around. They were running the show. She stepped aside, nodding towards the monitors. Blown up images filled the screens. Spindly threads, blobs of nuclei, jagged shapes that looked more like machine parts than living stuff. They swirled around in these faded, rotten colors, browns and greens, like decay blooming under glass. This is the organism, Jade said, voice getting softer now. It gets into host cells fast, doesn't just feed off the host, it changes it. I stared at the images, these gross shapes shifting in front of me. Changes it. I repeated. Jade's jaw tightened. You've seen it before, she said, voice dropping even lower, almost like she didn't want to say it out loud. On the vessel. The way Alpha's tissue warped. How its body seemed to pulse, like it was rotting from the inside out. That wasn't natural. That was this. She nodded towards the canister. I remembered Alpha, leathery skin, bones sticking out, but also that intelligence in its eyes. And then I remembered the ruins under the sea, from the submersible. Crumbled buildings, scattered skeletons. We'd guessed back then, wondered what could wipe out a whole civilization like that. Now, the ruins, I murmured. The mermaids, their civilization. You're saying this thing killed them? Jade didn't answer right away. Jaw tight. Glancing at the liquid in the canister. The remains we found in those ruins wasn't just a graveyard. It was proof of an infection. scale we hadn't even imagined. This parasite, it doesn't just kill, it spreads. And once it takes over, there's no coming back. I swallowed hard. And you're saying this organism is the reason? Wes, Jade admitted. It's a parasite, but not like anything we've ever seen. It attacks the stuff that holds cells together, rewrites them, right down to the smallest parts. Once cells are changed, they follow programmed orders. It wipes out thought, free will, turns its hosts into husks. I finished for her. The word just hung there in the room, harsh, cold. Jade turned away, shoulders stiff. We've called it Meridon Omega, she said after a pause. Specimen Alpha wasn't just a host. It was a whole world for this thing, a breeding ground. What about us? My voice cracked a little. Are we safe? Or are you about to tell me it's already here? Or are you about to tell me it's already here? A voice cut in, sharp, commanding. I spun around. Agent Carter stepped into the lab. Tailored suit, government pin, everything polished, perfect. But his eyes were cold, intense. The click of his shoes on the tile floor was deafening in the sterile quiet. Carter's eyes locked on mine. We've found some samples in sealed, off-coastal water, he said. Chesapeake Bay, South Carolina, Washington State. Teams are working non-stop to keep it contained. Contained, I echoed. You mean the same contained that lets fish wash up covered in slime? No one's lying to you, Dr. Harlow, Carter snapped, folding his arms. We've shut down whole fishing areas to stop this from spreading. There hasn't been a single case outside the coastline, so far. So far, I shot back. Jade stepped between us, voice tight. Infection patterns are still being studied. Agent Carter, she cut in. We don't know if it'll find new ways to spread. That word, if, just hung in the air. Carter's glare hardened. But it wasn't his words that scared me. It was the silence that came after. What's next? I demanded. Revers. Wells, do we even get a heads up before it starts pouring out of the tap? Carter's jaw tightened. That won't happen, he hissed. Because failure isn't an option. But I saw it in his face. The same fear that was eating at me. Agent Mitchell Carter, for all his tough talk, had no clue how to stop this. And for the first time since I got dragged into this whole mess, I realized I didn't think anyone did. I'm just chilling, scrolling through the college job board, right? Summer's coming up, and I'm thinking, dude, gotta make some cash. That's when I see this ad for a fire lookout. Seriously, they want someone to just hang out in a tower all summer, watching for forest fires. Pays pretty good. Sounds like a total adventure. What could go wrong? I thought. Yeah, famous last words, I know. Anyway, I apply like on a whim, and bam, I get the job. Next thing I know, I'm packing my bags, saying peace out to my comfy city life, and driving for hours, seriously hours, into the middle of nowhere. I'm talking wilderness, man. Trees as far as you can see, no houses, no people, not even decent cell service. Beautiful, yeah, I guess. But also kinda creepy, you know. Like, this place is Hijiji, and it's just me. After what felt like forever, I finally hit this dirt road that was supposed to lead to the tower. And there's this guy waiting for me. Mr. Henderson from the ad, but he tells me to call him Hank. He's older than I pictured, grey hair, neat beard, but he's got these really kind eyes and a warm smile. Totally looks like a trustworthy, good dude. You must be Alex, he says, sticking out his hand. Good to finally meet you. You too, Mr. Henderson. Hank. I say, feeling a little awkward. I was already nervous about being out here, but meeting him, and actually seeing the tower, it just made it all super real. He chuckles. Just Hank is fine. Welcome to your new summer home. He points to the tower, and I look up. It's this small metal thing with windows all around, and a staircase winding up to an observation deck. Looks kinda rickety, maybe a little unstable, but also sturdy in a weird way. Definitely remote. Being here alone is already making me rethink this whole thing. Nice view from up there, Hank says, seeing me stare. But first, let me show you around. He gives me the grand tour, which is seriously short because the place is tiny. Small kitchen area with a propane stove, a table, a couple chairs. Bathroom. Basically a closet with a composting toilet. Nightmare fuel. No shower. Just a hose outside. My sleeping quarters are just big enough for a bunk bed and a small dresser. Cozy is one word for it. Finally, we climb up the staircase to the observation deck. And wow, the view is something else. Felt like I was on top of the world. Miles and miles of forest stretching out in every direction. Hank points out some landmarks, shows me the binoculars and spotting scope, and gets down to business, explaining my job. Basically, he says, you just gotta keep your eyes peeled for smoke or fire. See anything, radio it in. Simple as that. He makes it sound so easy, but I'm already feeling a little overwhelmed. This is a lot of responsibility. Don't sweat it, he says, like he reads my mind. Most days are pretty quiet. Just check things out every hour or so, and try not to fall asleep up here. He winks, like it's some kind of inside joke. Right, I say, forcing a smile. No falling asleep. Definitely planning on a lot of coffee. He claps me on the shoulder. You'll be fine, kid. Just don't do anything stupid, like smoking up here. It's dry as a bone out there. Wouldn't dream of it, I say, thinking about how insane that would be. Hank gives me a few more pointers. Says he'll check in next week, and then takes off in his truck, leaving me totally alone in the middle of nowhere. As soon as his taillights disappear, a wave of panic hits me. What am I doing here? I think. Totally alone, miles from civilization. Zero experience, this is insane. But then I take a deep breath. This is what I wanted, right? Escape. Adventure. Time to myself. I decide to unpack and clean up the place a bit. It's already pretty clean, but it feels good to make it mine, you know. Sweeping under the bed, I find this old notebook tucked away in the corner. Dusty, pages yellowed, but filled with someone's handwriting. I start flipping through it. Mix of stuff, supply lists, radio procedures, emergency contacts. But then it gets more personal, like a journal. Entries from different people, it looks like, over years. Then I see it. A page with a list of rules, in big, bold letters. And these rules, well, they're not exactly comforting. They read duo lo k o u s I d f t f u r sin n c t. If yo u yas t p s came u peace t arth h e he d. Yo gesi somen t d order w lokent inge b t a t yo u f r m b l. P t o u d n t z e n white in g. Dum p tim t d b l yela nummern shalith fari l p h e r n tri l. I stare at the page, and a chill runs down my spine. What the hell is this place? I think. I laugh, nervous laugh, try to tell myself it's a joke, a prank. But deep down, I know things just went from 0 to 100 real quick. Okay, so, yeah, that rule list. Not exactly what you want to find when you're stuck alone in a fire tower in the middle of nowhere. I tried to play it cool, tell myself it was just some dumb prank, something to mess with the new guy. But still, it got to me. Every creak of the tower, every rustle of leaves outside, suddenly sounded suspicious. The sun started going down, and let me tell you, the forest gets dark fast when you're this far out. I made myself some dinner on the propane stove ramen, because, yeah, I'm a gourmet chef like that, and tried to distract myself by reading. But those rules just kept popping back into my head. Do not look outside after sunset. Seriously, what was that about? As it got darker, the sounds started. At first, just the usual forest noises, wind in the trees, maybe an owl hooting. But then, it changed. Started to sound like whispering. Like people were out there, just beyond the trees, talking quietly to each other. My heart started pounding in my chest. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was being totally paranoid. But it was so hard to shake this feeling that I was being watched. Don't be tempted by voices calling your name. The whispering got louder, more insistent. Felt like it was circling the tower, getting closer. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to look. I know, the rules said not to, but I just had to see what was out there. Slowly, I crept towards the window, hand shaking as I reached for the curtain. Deep breath, I yanked it back, and there they were. Shapes, moving in the darkness. Tall, shadowy figures, gliding between the trees. They didn't look human. Their movements were jerky, unnatural. Like something out of a straight-up nightmare. I stumbled back from the window, breath catching in my throat. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. Panic just grabbed me. I wanted to run, to hide, to do anything but stand there frozen in fear. My mind raced, trying to remember the rules. If you hear steps coming up the stairs at night, hide. Hide. Right. I scrambled under the bed, squeezing myself into this tiny space, heart hammering like crazy against my ribs. I lay there, listening, trying to keep my breathing quiet. The whispering kept going, and then I heard it footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate steps, coming closer and closer. They were coming up to the tower. I squeezed my eyes shut, holding my breath, praying they wouldn't find me. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, and I could hear them moving around in the observation deck right above me. Then, the voices started again, calling my name. Oh hell no. Alex. Come out, wherever you are. Don't be afraid, we just want to talk. We won't hurt you. They sounded so close, right above me. Could hear them through the floorboards, voices all sweet and creepy at the same time, making my skin crawl. I stayed under that bed for what felt like hours, listening to them call my name, voices echoing in the dark. Time just stretched out and twisted. Was it minutes, hours? Couldn't tell. Fear had completely taken over. Every creak of the tower, every rustle outside sent shivers all over me. Trapped, alone, terrified. They were up there, searching. And I was hiding like some scared little kid. Eventually, the voices faded, the footsteps went away, and silence came back to the tower. But even then, I didn't move. Stayed under the bed listening, waiting, body shaking with fear and just plain exhaustion. Finally, after what felt like forever, I crawled out. Legs were stiff and cramped, heart still racing. Felt like I was soaked in sweat, and my legs were shaking like crazy. Didn't sleep at all that night. Every little noise made me jump. Kept seeing those shadowy figures in my head, hearing their voices calling my name. Longest night of my life, seriously. When the first light of dawn finally peeked through the trees, a wave of relief washed over me. But it was weak relief, tinged with this leftover fear. I knew somehow this wasn't over. Not even close. Whatever was out there in the woods was still out there, waiting. And I was stuck here alone, with no one to help me. This job suddenly felt like the worst mistake ever. I needed to figure out what I was dealing with, and fast. Next morning, I was basically a zombie. Seriously, 0 sleep, remember. Just hours of listening to those things outside. But hey, sun's up, so everything's cool, right? Yeah, not even close. I went through the motions of my morning routine, checking the weather, radioing in the report, all that jazz. But my head was totally somewhere else. Couldn't shake the image of those shadowy figures, the sound of their voices. The forest, which had seemed kinda beautiful and peaceful before, now felt totally menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. I kept scanning the trees with the binoculars, half expecting to see those things staring right back at me. But nothing. Just trees. Tons and tons of trees. It was like the whole nightmare had just vanished with the darkness. That's when the whispering started again. It was faint at first, barely there over the breeze. But it was definitely there. Soft, murmuring voices, just on the edge of hearing. Sounded like it was saying my name over and over. I tried to ignore it, tried to focus on my job. Impossible. The whispering was like this itch you can't scratch. This constant, nagging thing in the back of your head. Tried to tell myself I was just tired, that my mind was playing tricks, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. Finally, I just couldn't take it anymore. Grabbed the binoculars again and started scanning the forest, determined to find where the whispering was coming from. Searched for hours, eyes straining, but saw nothing. No movement, no figures, nothing out of the ordinary. Just endless trees, stretching out in every direction. It was driving me crazy. Was I losing it? Was this all in my head? Doubt started to creep in. Maybe Hank was right. Maybe it was just cabin fever. Maybe being alone was messing with me. But then I remembered the notebook, those rules. They sure hadn't seemed like a joke last night, when those things were outside my window. The whispering got louder, more insistent, like it could sense me doubting myself. It was definitely saying my name now, clear as day. And it was coming from the woods. I knew it. A wave of frustration just washed over me. I wanted to scream, to yell at whatever was out there, to demand some answers. But I knew that was pointless, and probably dangerous. The rules echoed in my head. Don't be tempted by voices calling your name. But I was tempted, man. So tempted to just go out there, to face whatever was making those sounds. To finally see what I was dealing with. Felt this strong pull to go investigate, but also this voice in my head screaming, "Dude, just let it go." But I knew I couldn't. Couldn't just sit here day after day, listening to the whispering, wondering what the heck was out there. I had to do something. Had to find out the truth. I knew it was a bad idea. Knew it went against all those rules. But I just couldn't help myself. Something, some messed up curiosity, was pushing me forward. The forest was calling, and for better or worse, I felt like I had to answer. Knew going out alone was dumb, but I had zero way to call anyone for backup. I was truly on my own. Even though every single part of me was screaming stay put, I knew I had to go out there. Had to see what was making those noises. Couldn't take another day of this crazy uncertainty. Of course, I wasn't a complete idiot. Grabbed my small backpack and stuffed it with the essentials: water, first aid kit, flashlight, and the biggest knife I could find. If I was gonna face whatever was in the woods, I was at least gonna be a little prepared. Oh, and I snagged the radio too, just in case, you know? Knew I was breaking the rules big time. Don't go outside after dark.
Well,
It wasn't dark yet, but it felt just as dangerous, honestly. Stepping out of the tower and onto the ground, a wave of unease just washed over me. The forest seemed to close in, trees looming over me like silent, creepy giants. Air felt heavy, like it was buzzing with something unnatural. The whispering was louder now, clearer. Definitely saying my name, over and over. Like it was trying to lure me into the trees. Taking a deep breath, I started walking. Tried to follow the sound of the whispering, but it was tricky. Seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, like this disembodied chorus echoing through the trees. Deeper I went into the forest, the more messed up it felt. Sunlight barely made it through the thick trees, casting these long, weird shadows that seemed to twist and move like they were alive. Walked for what felt like hours, senses on high alert. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me jump. Kept expecting to see those shadowy figures again, lurking behind the trees, watching me. But nothing, just the whispering, and this heavy, silent feeling in the woods. Then, I heard something else. Faint, rhythmic thumping. Like someone hitting a tree with a stick. Thump, 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 coming from somewhere up ahead. Heart started pounding in my chest. This was it, getting close. Crept forward, hand gripping the knife in my pocket. The thumping got louder, more steady. And then, I saw her. Standing at the base of this huge tree, a woman with long, dark hair. Facing away from me, hitting the tree with a stick, over and over. Seemed to be alone, and dressed like she knew her way around the woods. I hesitated, totally unsure what to do. Was this one of them? One of the things from the woods? Or just some lost hiker? Taking a chance, I called out to her. Hello. She stopped thumping and slowly turned around. Bright blue eyes and a friendly smile. Definitely looked human. And, yeah, kinda lost.
oh, hello there.
She said, voice surprisingly cheerful. Can you help me? I think I'm a bit lost. A relief just flooded me. Just a hiker, lost, maybe a little weird, but still a real person. I wasn't alone. I'm Sarah, she said, holding out her hand. Alex, I replied, shaking it. What are you doing out here? Had to ask. Even though I was relieved, still felt strange seeing someone else way out here. Hiking, she explained. Lost track of time, I guess. It's getting late. Think I could maybe stay with you in your tower tonight. Got a sleeping bag and some food. Part of me was hesitant. Still didn't know her, and those rules were still ringing in my ears. But another part of me, the part that had been craving human contact for days, just jumped at the chance. Sure, I said, trying to sound way more confident than I felt. You can stay. Figured, maybe having someone else around would be a good thing. Maybe I was just being paranoid this whole time. We started walking back to the tower together, and for the first time since I got here, I felt a little bit of the tension ease off my shoulders. Nice to have someone to talk to, even if it was a total stranger I just met in the middle of nowhere. Little did I know, this was just the start of another messed up night. The forest had a way of messing with your head, and I was about to learn that things aren't always what they seem, especially when you're miles from civilization and the sun's starting to go down. I'd broken the rules, and now I was probably gonna pay the price. I was a mess. My marriage was circling the drain, and I was one screw up away from getting canned at the power plant. Booze was my only escape, knocking me out cold so I could forget my life, only to wake up drowning in fresh regrets. I was hanging on by a thread, and then, one bleak November morning, that thread snapped. I'd crashed on the couch at home, starting my drinking marathon Friday night as soon as I clocked out. I remember hitting that first bar, that first shot of rye, neat. It was like setting my insides on fire, in a good way, at least for a minute. Felt amazing, so naturally, I ordered another. After that first fairy shot, it's all a blank, until my eyelids peeled open and bare pain slammed me in the face. I groaned, a deep, guttural sound. Hangovers, man, they're nature's way of saying, dude, getting wasted was a seriously bad call. Normally, I'm not the sharpest tack in the box when it comes to learning lessons, but right then and there, I was all about admitting I'd screwed up big time. I swear, in that moment, I'd have done anything to not feel like death warmed over again. I'd have sworn off the bottle, gone full health nut, maybe even joined a gym, can you believe it? Maybe, just maybe, that could have been the moment I turned things around. But nope. As I lay there, head pounding like a drum solo, guts churning, I realized someone was looming over me. I blinked, tried to focus my blurry vision, and slowly, the shape swam into focus. It was Sarah, the woman I was crazy enough to marry. Sarah wasn't exactly homecoming queen material, but the first time I saw her, she knocked the wind right out of me. She was kicking her flat tire in frustration, and once I got my breath back, I played the hero, fixed it for her. Smooth, right? 12 months later, we were hitched. She was 19, I was 20. Way too young looking back. Now, here I was, 29 going on 60, squinting up at her that morning. I braced myself for the yelling, which had become our main form of communication lately. But then I saw it, tears cutting tracks through her makeup. What is it? I croaked, voice like sandpaper, and tried to sit up. The pain decided to relocate, setting up shop right behind my eyeballs. I winced, blinked back tears of my own. Look at this, she choked out, pointing a shaky finger at the TV. The screen showed the inside of a store, and it was trashed. Seriously trashed. Shelves emptied, stuff everywhere. Broken glass glittering in puddles of something dark and nasty looking. A light fixture dangled from the ceiling by a single wire, and the front window gone. Just a gaping, jagged hole in the wall. Then, a news anchor's voice, all calm and bland, filled the room. The shocked owner was greeted by this scene when he arrived to open his family business at 5 a.m. this morning. Police are seeking to identify this man, captured on the shop's security cameras. The screen flickered, and there it was, a grainy, shaky image of a guy, unshaven, eyes wild, standing in the middle of all that chaos. It was me. I stared at Sarah, mouth dry. I don't remember, I stammered. She turned away, shoulders slumped. Get out, she whispered, voice tight with pain. And don't come back. If I'd had an ounce of guts, I would have marched straight to the police station, confessed everything, taken whatever was coming to me for being such a drunken idiot. But all I could dredge up as I stumbled out the door was a tidal wave of self-loathing and raw fear. I'd lost Sarah. My job was next. Prison, the thought made my blood run cold. All I could think about was escaping, getting away before someone recognized my face on the TV news and dropped a dime on me. That's it. Gotta run. I bolted to the bus station, bought a one-way ticket as far away as I could afford, leaving everything I knew behind. 5 days on the bus, the world blurring by. And then I started hitchhiking. Truckers, man, they love to talk. One guy smelled like he hadn't showered in a month. Told me he knew a place hiring if I was looking for work. No questions asked kind of place. He rasped. Chain smoking like it was going out of style. Window cracked even in the freezing air to flick ash. I was shivering, teeth chattering so hard I could barely talk. Sounds like my kind of place. I managed to get out. How much further? Well, he drawled, pausing to light another cigarette. You gotta head north. Keep going till you hit the Arctic Circle, then keep pushing, past a town old-timers still call Barrow. No signs for the place I'm talking about, but it's as good a hideout as any for a guy on the run. He turned, gave me a knowing wink. I shivered harder, and this time it wasn't just the cold. I hadn't breathed a word about what I'd done to this guy, hadn't told a soul. Guess it was written all over my face. He dumped me at a crossroads gas station, greasy spoon diner, and a motel. All huddled together like they were freezing their butts off. The cold had seeped into my bones by now, and I wasn't sure I'd ever be warm again. I checked into the motel, paid with almost the last of my cash. Early afternoon, but the daylight was already fading fast. The further north I'd come, the shorter the days got. This day felt like it lasted 5 minutes before darkness swallowed everything. When I checked in, using a fake name of course, I told the clerk I was heading north of Barrow, looking for work at that warehouse place. He just gave me this look, part disgust, part pity, but didn't say a word. Next morning, heading to the diner for what might be my last decent meal for a while, the clerk stopped me. Hey, he said, big fella at the diner, shoveling down grits like there's no tomorrow. Works at that place you're looking for, if you're really set on going down that road. But any sane person would have heard alarm bells ringing then. Me. I just mumbled thanks and shuffled over to the diner. The warmth and light inside were a welcome hug, and the smell of coffee lifeline. Most tables were empty, but I spotted one guy, already digging in. Calling him big was like calling a Harley rider. That guy in leather. But I was pretty sure I'd found my connection. This dude had to be pushing 7 feet tall. Face like a roadmap of hard living. Shaved head, and a single red tear tattooed under his left eye. I walked over, asked, "Mind if I join you?" He just grunted, kept shoveling breakfast into his face. I laid it out for him. Told him I was looking for work. He finally finished eating, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said, "You got that look about you. Man who needs a place to disappear while trouble blows over." Made a mental note, never play poker with this guy. 5 minutes in my company, and he'd read me like a book. "Well," he continued, "kinda gonna talk you out of it. I'm foreman at the warehouse. Need a job? I'm willing to give you a shot. You can ride out with me." "Mighty grateful," I said, and followed him out to his truck. He moved with this easy grace that was crazy for a guy that size, didn't even seem to notice the cold. A few minutes in the wind, which had picked up while we were inside, and I felt my stomach churn. Hands shaking so bad I could barely buckle my seatbelt. He saw me struggling, grinned. "Old fur-lined coat in the office at the warehouse," he said. "If it ain't walked off by now, you can borrow it." I managed a smile, though my face muscles were practically frozen. Probably looked more like a grimace. He kept grinning, fired up the engine, and we drove off into the darkness. We drove for what felt like forever in total darkness. There was this short burst of weak daylight that showed me just how desolate and empty the landscape was, all white and frozen. Then, boom, darkness again. The foreman hadn't even asked his name yet, flipped on the high beams, and we kept driving. Hours later, way off in the distance, I saw lights. As we got closer, this massive building loomed out of the darkness. Vast. Floodlights were planted in the ground all around it, stretching out as far as I could see, lighting up the whole place. But not in a friendly way, not welcoming. More like a prison yard than anything else. We rattled to a stop in front of this huge metal wall, and the foreman turned to me. "Follow me," he said, and that was it. No small talk, no welcome aboard. Reluctantly, I climbed out of the warm truck. The wind from the diner had died down, leaving this eerie stillness. But the air, man, it was brutal. Freezing cold, biting right through my skin. Definitely not hanging around weather. I hurried after the foreman, practically jogging to keep up. He punched some code into a keypad by a heavy door, and I wasn't about to be left outside in that. The door buzzed open, and he waved me through, then locked it up tight behind us. We stepped into this huge, open space. Well, lit and stretching maybe 3/4 of the length of the whole building. Stacks of shipping containers were scattered around, like giant metal blocks. No people in sight, just the echo of our boots on the concrete floor. At the end of the open area, we reached a partition wall. Another keypad, another code punched in, and we stepped through another door. This opened into a narrow corridor with small rooms on either side. "Office is down there," the foreman grunted, pointing to one of the doors. It had a window looking out onto the corridor, and I could see a desk, chair, piles of folders, books, drawers. Old school. No sign of a computer or anything digital. A whiteboard covered in writing, columns drawn by hand. I was about to ask what the heck they actually did in this giant warehouse in the middle of nowhere. But then I remembered what that trucker had said. No questions asked. And the foreman hadn't asked me anything. Name, social security, zip, nada. Figured I should return the favor if I wanted this job. Didn't stop me from wondering, though. My brain was screaming, sketchy. Had to be something illegal going on. Drugs, weapons. Some kind of toxic chemicals. They didn't want the government sniffing around. We stopped at a tiny room with a rusty fold-up bed and a couple of bare metal shelves. "Sleeping quarters," the foreman announced. "Get some rest. 12-hour shifts, first one starts in under 6 hours. I'll leave that coat outside your door." And with that, he was gone. I flopped onto the bed, but sleep, no chance. My mind was racing. trying to figure out what kind of shady business this place was running. Distribution hub for something nasty. Weapons smuggling. Bulk chemicals that would make your hair fall out. Whatever it was, this location was perfect for keeping it secret. Felt like the whole warehouse was shut down for the winter though. Like the network would crank back up in the spring. Right now, the building was silent, swallowed by this frozen wilderness, cut off from everything. From cities, the internet, Friday night beers, shopping malls, all just a faded memory. Rise and shine, boy. A voice barked, and I jumped awake. Guess I'd actually dozed off for a bit. Standing over me was this guy, maybe 40s, wearing a long coat that almost touched the floor. Hair completely grey, and a fat, ugly scar snaked down one cheek. Like the foreman's tear tattoo. No questions. Probably applied to how he got that thing. Probably for the best I didn't ask. Now that I'd had some time to think, the reality of what I'd done was really sinking in. Running all the way out here to this godforsaken place because I'd panicked like a coward. Back home, I was probably facing some kind of property damage charge, maybe a night in jail, nothing major. But now I felt like I'd stumbled into some serious criminal operation. First chance I got, I was getting out of here, heading back, facing the music. Scarface, yeah, that's what I'd started calling him in my head. Clearly wasn't a fan of smiling. You gonna move it, boy? He sneered. Gotta show you the ropes before I get some shootay. Come on. He jerked a thumb at the door. Guess I didn't have a choice. I followed him. He took me outside, first stop being this generator tucked around the back of the building. This beast is more important than your mama, he declared. Powers the whole light system, inside and out. No generator, no light. Except for daylight hours, I mumbled, still half asleep. He glared at me like I was brain dead. Boy, he snapped. We're in polar night now. Sunset for the last time 2 months ago. Dark 24 hours a day for the next 67 days. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly even colder. Thankful for that flea-ridden fur coat the foreman had left, at least it took the edge off the wind. But as Scarface's words sank in, the coat didn't feel so warm anymore. 2 months of total darkness. No way I could handle that. Scarface, oblivious or just not caring about my growing panic, started rattling off a daily routine of maintenance checks I'd have to do. Then he dropped another bomb. And when the road's usable again, when the road's usable again, I sputtered, finally finding my voice. He shot me that, car you for real. Look again. Boy, he sighed, like explaining things to a toddler. We ain't going anywhere till the sun comes back in January. He kept going with the instructions, but I'd stopped listening. My mood was as black as the sky outside. I just nodded along, went through the checklist later, not really paying attention to a damn thing. One of my tasks was a manual check of all the exterior lights. I stepped back outside, and the glare of the floodlights hit me. They lit up the grim metal walls of the warehouse, reaching out across the empty, snow-covered ground, illuminating nothing. I started trudging around the building. Tried walking with my back to the wind, but it swirled so much it didn't matter. The wind was a bully, slapping my face no matter which way I turned. Cruel, biting wind. Felt like hours of this torture, but I was almost back to the door. working up the nerve to take my hand out of my pocket to punch in the code. That's when I saw it movement in the distance. Something out there, just at the edge of the light.
Yeah,
Definitely something. Caught a glimpse of a dark shape, moving fast. Low to the ground on all fours. Wolf. Bear. No clue what kind of creatures lived in this frozen wasteland. Nasty ones, I figured. Ones I definitely didn't want to meet up close. I spun around, fumbled for the keypad, punched in the code as fast as my numb fingers would let me. Got inside, practically slammed the door shut behind me. Back in the warehouse, I was going through the rest of the checklist when the foreman strolled up. I noticed for the first time he was wearing a holster, a gun strapped to his hip. Weird out here in the middle of nowhere. But no questions asked. Remember, he grinned at me. That same easy smile. Glad to see you working hard, he said. Sure, I mumbled, feeling anything but. Though wish you'd mentioned we'd be stuck here for months. He chuckled. Good pay while you're here, he said. And no way to contact the outside world. Nobody hassling us. Thought that'd be right up your alley. Yeah, I said flatly. Living the dream. Just us three happy campers, and whatever the hell that was I saw outside. His smile stayed put, but something hardened in his eyes. Creatures, he said. They're local. Only ever seen them from a distance myself. Ugly sons of bitches though. Hide from the light, love the dark. Now it's polar night, they roam free. I really didn't like the sound of that. So much so I broke my own no questions rule. Dangerous? I asked, voice barely a whisper. Not as dangerous as one of these, the foreman said, patting his holster. And now polar night's set in. You should be properly equipped. He clapped me on the shoulder. Come with me. Let's get you kitted out. Thanks, I said, quietly, still uneasy. Later, shift over, I trudged back to my tiny room, feeling like a zombie. Past Scarface heading out for his shift. Should have warned me about those creatures. I muttered, more to myself than him. A sneer twisted his scarred face. They won't come near you with the lights on, he spat. And if they do, well, you just draw an aim. They're just critters. We're men. We're the alphas. Got it, boy? I just glared at him, didn't bother to answer. He chuckled, a nasty, humorless sound. Now, me and my best friends are gonna check on the generator. He flashed open his long coat, showing off 2 holstered pistols, like some gunslinger in a bad western. Then he swaggered off. I was already hating Scarface, and the foreman's easygoing act was starting to get on my nerves too. And it was only day 1 of polar night. Managed maybe an hour of broken sleep. Woke up feeling like death in a fur coat for my second shift. Started with the exterior lights check. Each one glowed steady as I walked by until I got to the last one. Flickering, brain blanked. What did Scarface say to do if this happened? Nothing. He'd probably mentioned it while I was busy feeling sorry for myself, not listening. Idiot. I rapped on the plastic casing of the light with my knuckles, muttered at it. Don't disrespect me, light. I'm the alpha. Remember? Weirdly, it worked. The flickering stopped, and the light went back to a steady beam. I actually laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. This was my life now, talking tough to a light bulb in the Arctic wilderness. Pathetic. Decided to go find the foreman. Tell him what happened. Maybe it was a real problem, needed fixing properly. headed for the door, about to punch in the code, when the faulty light flickered again, then died completely. Then the next one went out, and the next. Damn it, I hissed. Then just stood there, jaw dropped, watching in disbelief as the lights went out, one by one, all the way down the side of the building, leaving me in the dark. And I wasn't alone out there. Something was moving in the darkness. One of those creatures. Had to be. Or was it just my imagination freaking out? Focus, I told myself. Just gotta get back inside. Punch in the code, find the foreman, Scarface. One of them would know what to do. Except I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Doing this by touch. Great. Not a problem, I told myself, trying to sound confident even in my own head. Pressed what I thought were the right keys. Nothing. Swore under my breath. Turned around, heart hammering. New sound. Snow crunching underfoot. Under paw, my brain corrected, not helpful. Back to the keypad. Shivering now, body shaking, operating completely blind. Press the code again. 5 numbers, then the hash key. Wrong again. Hellfire, I cursed. Tried the code a third time. The sounds behind me were getting louder, closer. No denying it now. Not the wind. Not my imagination. Something was out there, in the dark, and it was heading straight for me. Fingertips on the cold metal keys. Burning cold, actually. Like they were freezing to the metal. Ran my finger along the keys, ignoring the pain, counting out the numbers, one by one. Hash key last. Click. Door unlocked. Yes. Turned the handle, door swung open. Exhaled a shaky breath. Stepped inside. Relief flooded me. Lights still on in here. Started to run, started yelling. The lights. Outside lights are gone. The foreman was the first one to appear, looking confused. Slow down, he said, voice calm. Lights. What about the lights? Flickered. I got out of breath. Went out. Then back on. Then nothing. All dark. Scarface appeared behind him, already scowling. What you do, boy? You idiot. No thing. I protested, hands up. They just went off. One by one. The foreman held up his hands, calming everyone down. Easy, easy, he said. Just a glitch. System problem. Easy fix. I nodded, relief washing over me. Problem solved. Then it hit me. Something was out there, I blurted out. Coming towards me. Ah, yes, the creatures, the foreman said, like it was no big deal. Don't worry about them. They stick to the dark outside. Won't come in here with the inside lights on. He flashed that familiar smile, and I started to feel a little better. Then he added, Doors are closed, they can't get in anyway. And just like that, the relief vanished, replaced by a fresh wave of panic. Door. Had I closed the door behind me? Crap, I swore, the word exploding out of me. What is it now, boy? Scarface snapped, eyes narrowed to slits. I think I left the door open. I stammered, voice barely audible. You worthless piece of trash. Scarface spat, coat flying open. Lightning fast, he drew both his pistols. I got this, he snarled, and started stalking towards the door I'd left open. You go with him, the foreman said to me, voice urgent. Back him up. I'll be right behind you. Then he turned and ran towards his office. And just like that, I was heading back towards that open door. Back towards whatever was waiting in the darkness. The last thing I wanted to do. Reached the door to find Scarface already there, pistols blazing, firing wildly into the darkness. Yee-haw! He yelled every time he emptied a clip, then reloaded and started blasting again. Crazy man. I wanted to cover my ears, wanted him to stop. But he was in his element, loving it. Thankfully, the foreman finally caught up, torch in hand. Enough, he roared, when Scarface paused to reload again. Scarface scowled, but finally lowered his guns. The foreman pushed past him, stepped to the open doorway, and flicked on his torch. A powerful beam sliced through the darkness, revealing a gruesome scene. Bodies littered the snow, blood staining the white ground. Up close, I could see they weren't wolves, weren't bears, nothing I'd ever seen before. Creatures were maybe 6 feet long, hairless, skin pale and veiny, ribs and shoulder blades sharp under the skin. Paws, but no ears, no tails. Fallen in heaps, limbs twisted, faces hidden. And more of them out there, still alive. Dark, restless shapes just beyond the torchlight, circling, waiting. You killed them, I whispered, voice shaking, horrified. Damn right, boy. Scarface grinned, holstering his guns. That's what you get for messing with us. He turned to the foreman, expecting backup. Right. Instead of agreeing, the foreman just sighed, a long, weary sound. Hothead, he muttered, shaking his head. You shot up my truck too. Engines hold. Gonna be a pain in the arse to fix. He sighed again, then reached out and slammed the door shut. Relief washed over me, so strong it almost made me weak. Managed a shaky smile. Door closed at least. Creatures couldn't get in now, even if the inside lights went out too. Let's go see what's wrong with the lights, the foreman said, and I was more than happy to follow him away from that door. Control panel was on the far side of the main warehouse space, just before the corridor started. Bunch of switches and dials built into the wall, looked complicated as hell. The foreman studied it, frowning, scratching his shaved head. Connection issue, he finally announced. Cables probably come loose. Hope flared up in my chest, just for a second. So, we can fix it? I asked, trying to sound optimistic, even though my gut was screaming otherwise. Sure, we can fix it, he said, matter of fact. Just gotta reconnect the cable. Then flip this switch here, and bam, lights back on. He pointed to a big red lever right in the middle of the panel. Simple as pie. Great, I said, maybe a little too enthusiastically. So, where's this loose cable? Outside, he said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. My stomach dropped. Mouth went bone dry. Outside, I croaked, the word barely making it past my lips. Doubt either of them even heard me. They were already moving, Scarface reloading his pistols, the foreman grabbing 2 more torches from somewhere and handing them out. I wanted to protest, to say, no freaking way am I going back out there. But instead, like a dumb sheep, I just meekly took one of the torches he offered. Guess my face was broadcasting my terror loud and clear. The foreman stopped, looked down at me, right in the eyes. You know, he said, all calm and reasonable. Has anyone ever told you, you got a real negative attitude? Scarface actually chuckled at that, a harsh, grating sound. I just stood there, speechless, clutching the torch like it was a lifeline. No reply. What could I say? Yeah, I was terrified. Yeah, I had a negative attitude about facing down those things in the pitch black. Sue me. I trailed after them as they headed back to the door. The door that had been safely closed, 15 minutes ago? Felt like a lifetime. It hissed open, and they stepped back out into the darkness, torches blazing. I followed, heart hammering in my chest. First step outside. I almost tripped over one of the creature corpses. Stumbled, caught myself. Move in circles. Point your torch forward. The foreman barked over his shoulder. Keep him back. Right circles, I mumbled, and started spinning slowly, torch beams sweeping around me. Creatures, dark shapes just at the edge of the light, flinching back, moving too fast to really see. Just glimpses of pale limbs, red eyes reflecting the torchlight. Kept circling, moving forward in tiny steps. The light was like a shield, keeping them at bay, for now. Caught a flash of teeth in one of those pale snouts as my beam swept past. Nasty. Progress was agonizingly slow, felt like we were crawling. Finally, we reached the generator, a mess of cables and equipment huddled together in the snow. You too, cover me, the foreman ordered, and Scarface and I fanned out, crisscrossing our torch beams, creating a shaky wall of light around him. He got to work, fiddling with wires, muttering to himself. 10 minutes, maybe more, felt like an eternity. Then, a grunt from the foreman. That's it, he said. Straightening up. Seeable reconnected. Let's get back inside. Retreat. Back towards the door, moving slow, circling, torches waving. Not far now, I said, voice tight with nerves. And then, Bem tripped. Fell hard, landing right on top of one of those dead creatures. Torch flew out of my hand, beam spinning uselessly upwards. The beams from the other torches blinded me for a second. Heard the foreman and Scarface curse. Sora yelled, scrambling to get up. Sorry. The creature's corpse was still warm, skin stiff and cold under my hands as I pushed myself up. Then I felt it, a tug on my leg, sharp claws snagging on my pants. Sound of a gunshot, deafeningly loud in the frozen air. I flinched, heart leaping into my throat, but managed to grab my torch, swing it down towards my leg. Creature, right there, pale body, red eyes glowing in the torchlight. Top of its skull blown open, blood and stuff splattered everywhere. It twitched, then went still. Felt a hand grab my collar, hold me to my feet. Foreman. Pulling me up with one hand, gun still smoking in the other. Scarface beside him, torch beam whipping around in a frantic circle, keeping the darkness at bay. Solid wall of shadows all around us. Creatures everywhere. Held back only by the light I knew, just waiting for a chance to pounce. Back to back, the foreman yelled, voice strained. Rotate together. Did what he said. Spun around, back to his back, Scarface on my other side, making this slow, clumsy circle, inching towards the warehouse door. Sanctuary just a few feet away. Foreman punched in the code, door hissed open, light spilling out from inside. Thank God. I stumbled through the doorway, into the warehouse. Safe for now. Scarface lingered at the door, grinning like a maniac. The foreman hissed at him, low and urgent. What are you doing, you idiot? Get inside. One more for luck. Scarface chuckled, and drew his pistol again. Stupid showboat. Saw one of the dark shapes fall in the torchlight. Scarface grinning wider, lowering his gun, turning to finally step inside. Then his body went rigid. Eyes rolled upwards, wide and staring. Knees buckled, and he just fell, face first onto the concrete floor. And I saw it then, a bloody gash ripped down his back, long and deep. Saw claws, extended, razor sharp, dripping red. Then a dark shape scrambling back into the darkness, away from my torch beam. We gotta help him, I yelled, adrenaline surging, lunging forward towards Scarface's body. Leave him, you fool, the foreman screamed, voice raw with panic. He's dead. We gotta get this door closed. We can't just leave him. I yelled back, stupidly. I know. The foreman roared the word, and something in his voice stopped me dead. I stumbled back through the open doorway, just as the inside lights flickered, then died. Pitch black, inside and out. You didn't fix it. I cried out, voice cracking. You made it worse. Go to hell. The foreman screamed back, voice lost in the sudden darkness. I swung my torch around, found him in the beam, saw him struggling with the heavy door, trying to close it, but something was blocking it. Creatures. Coming inside. I scrambled backwards, torch beam dancing wildly across the floor, then swung it up, back towards the foreman. Creatures were swarming him. Jumping, reaching, claws slashing. Blood sprayed out in the torchlight. They were tearing him apart. The light seemed to startle them for a second. They broke away, and I lurched towards the foreman. He was staggering, clutching his throat, blood gushing through his fingers. With his other hand, he was still trying to point his torch at the open door, keeping more creatures from pouring in. Even as he was dying, he was trying to hold them back. I started to spin my torch in a circle again, desperate. The switch, I yelled, voice shaking. The control panel switch. Will it still work? He looked at me, eyes glazed. Tried to speak. Blood bubbled in his mouth, spilled down his chin. Legs gave way, and he crumpled to the floor. Just stood there, frozen, staring down at his body. Hand shaking so bad the torch beam jittered all over the place. Forced myself to hold it steady. Started circling the beam again. Teeth bared in the darkness, claws raised, arched backs of the creatures closing in. Saw them in glimpses, flashes of pale skin and red eyes as the torch beam swept past. 10 feet away, 8, couldn't keep them all back. Seconds before they were on me. Tearing me apart just like they did Scarface, just like they were doing to the foreman. Turned and ran. Torch beam bounced across the floor as I sprinted, heart hammering, lungs burning. Towards the control panel. Behind me, I could hear them. Padding, running, closing in. Couldn't look back, couldn't stop, just ran. Ran for my life. Threw myself at the control panel. Fumbled in the torchlight. Found the red switch. This were chance, last chance. If it worked, maybe, just maybe, I'd live. If it didn't, history. Thoughts racing, mind screaming. Grabbed the switch, yanked it down. Click, silence. Then a flicker. Then another. Then, with a surge, the lights burst back to life. I spun around, torch beam sweeping the warehouse. Creatures. Everywhere. Hundreds of them. Crouched on all fours, filling the warehouse. Red eyes blinking, confused, blinded by the sudden light. No eyelids, I realized, with a jolt of disgust. Snouts long and pale, veins pulsing blue under their skin. One's closest to me. I could see the blood actually pulsing in those veins. Disgusting. They snarled, bared teeth, reared up, then panicked. Raged at the light. Their enemy, an enemy they couldn't fight. And then they bolted. Rushed for the open door. Scrambling over each other to escape the sudden glare. Waited until the last one was gone, then, legs shaking, made my way back to the open doorway, stepped outside. Exterior lights were back on, too. Creatures. Those things that had almost ripped me apart, almost out of sight, dark shapes disappearing into the snow. That was 2 weeks ago. It's December 2nd now. Walking through this empty, deserted warehouse, lights humming, illuminating every corner. Nothing left to do but think. Polar night ends January 23rd. Sun will rise again. 51 days to go. Outside, the darkness waits. 2 weeks I've been alone in this frozen metal box. Just me and the hum of the lights, and the ghosts of the foreman and Scarface. And those things still lurking out there in the dark. December 2nd. Calendar in the foreman's office said so. December freaking 2nd. Feels like years since I saw daylight. Walk through the warehouse every day, check the generator, check the lights. Pointless routine, just to keep busy, keep my mind from going completely dark like the world outside. Warehouse is silent, empty. Containers stacked up like giant Lego blocks. Sometimes I talk to them, just to hear a voice that isn't just my own thoughts going in circles. Crazy, right? Out here in the middle of nowhere, slowly losing my mind. Polar night. They called it polar night. Never really understood what that meant before. Now I get it. Total darkness. Day and night are the same, just black. Freezing black. And it's got 51 more days to go. 51 days until the sun's supposed to come back. January 23rd. Marked it on the whiteboard in the office, like that's gonna change anything. Outside darkness, always darkness, and the cold. Bone deep, soul crushing cold. Sometimes I go to the door just to look out. Floodlights blazing, pushing back the darkness a little, but it's always there, waiting at the edge of the light. Waiting for the lights to fail again. Waiting for me to screw up again. Creatures are still out there. No, they are. Sometimes I hear them, padding around in the snow, just beyond the light. Scratching at the metal walls of the warehouse. Testing the defenses. Waiting. Don't go outside anymore. Not unless I have to check the generator. And even then, I'm armed. Foreman's gun. Scarface's guns are still lying where he fell, out in the dark. Not going out there to get them. One gun is enough. Too much, really. Don't want to be like Scarface, trigger, happy idiot. But I keep it close, just in case. Sleep is messed up. Dreams are worse. Always the dark, always those creatures. Waking up sweating. Heart hammering. Even though it's freezing in here. Sometimes I think I see them in the shadows, inside the warehouse. Even with the lights on. Just my imagination playing tricks. Right? Food's running low. Canned stuff mostly. Bean soup, stuff like that. Enough to last, maybe, if I ration it. Water's okay, got a well and a pump inside. Generator keeps it running, keeps the lights on, keeps me alive. Generator my best friend out here. Gotta keep that thing running. Think about Sarah sometimes. A lot, actually. Wonder if she's okay. Wonder if she even thinks about me anymore, except maybe to be glad I'm gone. Probably filed for divorce by now. Can't blame her. Messed that up good and proper. Job gone for sure. Probably wanted for questioning back home. Maybe worse. Breaking into that store stupid, drunk, messed up. Don't even remember doing it. Just that first shot of rye, then black. And then Sarah's face, and the TV screen, and my life falling apart. Should have turned myself in. Back then, at home. Should have faced it, but I ran. Ran all the way to the end of the world, and now trapped. Trapped in the dark, with monsters outside and monsters inside my own head. Polar night. 51 more days. Feels like 51 years. Don't know if I can make it. Don't know if I even want to. What's waiting for me when the sun finally comes back? Just more darkness. Different kind. Darkness of what I did, what I lost, what I became. Maybe if I can just make it to January 23rd. see the sun rise again. Maybe that'll be a sign that there's still something, some kind of hope, even for a screw-up like me. Maybe, just maybe. But right now, just darkness, and the waiting, always the waiting, for the sun, for something to change, for I don't even know what anymore. Just waiting in the dark. Seriously, looking back, orientation should have been my first clue that things were about to get seriously weird. It was all about the silence, right? Like they kept hammering on about it. Mr. Finley, the regional director, picture this dude, all slicked, back hair and a suit that probably cost more than my car. He's droning on about it. It's not like the quiet you're used to, son, he says, voice all smooth, but there's this edge to it, this weird undercurrent of worry. It was unsettling, you know, not like rationally scary, but it just made your skin crawl a little. He keeps going, laying it on thick. It messes with your head, especially when you're out there alone. I'm just nodding along, thinking, yeah, silence. Got it. I mean, come on. I'd spent years hopping around geological dig sites, middle of nowhere stuff. Endless horizons of absolutely nothing, days on end by myself. Just the occasional busted piece of equipment to keep things interesting. Been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. Or so I thought. Famous last words, right? This new gig though. This was different gravy altogether. They called it Base 12, northernmost outpost for the whole organization, practically off the map. My job description: atmospheric babysitter for the Arctic winter. Sounds glamorous, huh? Normally, they'd send a 2-person team, but apparently, budget cuts, surprise, surprise, and some scheduling mix-up meant yours truly, Jake, was flying solo for the whole season. Yeah, that's me, Jake. Probably should have mentioned that earlier. When I finally choppered in, the place looked like something straight out of a Cold War movie. A bunch of these squat, prefab buildings, all hunkered down against the frozen wasteland, metal siding all rusted and beat to hell. The main building was where I'd be living, tiny little lab, generator room, all crammed together and connected by these claustrophobic hallways. Insulation peeling off the walls everywhere. Floors that groaned like they were about to give way every time you took a step. Charming. The chopper pilot who dropped me off. Dude was in a serious hurry to get out of Dodge. Just shoves a clipboard at me. Mumbles something about weather delays, and practically takes off before I can even ask him about this weird note I found tucked in my orientation packet. It was just this crumpled piece of paper, all scribbled on. Check the north fence at least once a day, it said, and then, don't leave the base after dark. Ever. Seriously. I figured it was some kind of dumb hazing thing, you know. The old timers messing with the newbie. Still, that little scrap of paper kinda stuck in my head as I wrestled my gear inside, trying to get my bearings in this frozen tin they called home. The base itself had the basics. I'll give it that. Enough grub to last 6 months, a first aid kit that looked like it had seen better decades. A shortwave radio that crackled more than it communicated, and a bunch of fancy-looking gear for collecting weather data. There was even this sad little excuse for a rec room, with a stack of ancient paperbacks, and a dartboard that looked like it had been attacked by moths. One thing that did strike me as proper weird, though. No shotgun. Seriously. In a place supposedly crawling with polar bears. You'd think they'd have a bit of firepower on site. Mental note: ask about that during my first radio check-in, assuming I ever got a signal that wasn't just static. The first week, piece of cake. Days blurred into a routine: log the temperature, check the wind speed, calibrate the instruments. Weather babysitting, just like the job description said. Pretty standard stuff, if you ignored the fact that standard was happening in the middle of a frozen wasteland. Nights, though nights were a whole different ball game. The Arctic darkness, man, it's intense, like being swallowed whole by a black hole. Even the base's lights seemed to just get sucked into it, like they were fighting a losing battle against the void. The only sounds were the constant hum of the generator, bless its heart, and the wind, always moaning and whistling outside like some restless ghost. Then, night 4. That's when I first heard it. Faint tapping, like someone was gently knocking on one of the outer walls. I'd been blasting music, anything to try and drown out that oppressive silence, and I killed the tunes. The tapping stopped dead. Told myself it was nothing, Ice settling, the building creaking, wind playing tricks, something totally normal. But after that, I found myself staring out the windows a lot more, even though there was nothing to see out there but black. Next morning, I'm doing my usual rounds. Cold was brutal, even through all the layers I was bundled up in. Wind was howling like a banshee, whipping snow everywhere. When I got to the north fence, honestly, it was more symbolic than actual protection. Just a flimsy wire thing. I stopped dead. Footprints in the snow. Human footprints. Clear as day. They started just beyond the fence line, headed straight for the base, and then just stopped. Boom. About 10 feet from the wall, like whoever made them just vanished. Poof. No return tracks. No sign of anyone walking away. Just nothing. Creeped me the hell out, I'm not gonna lie. That night, the tapping came back. Louder this time, more insistent. I'm lying in my bunk, staring up at the metal ceiling, listening to this faint tap, tap, tap moving around the base. Always just out of sync with the wind, like it was trying to get my attention. It stopped for a while, and then, just as I started to relax, tap, tap again, somewhere else. Finally, around midnight, I'd had enough. I'm done with this. Grabbed my flashlight, stormed out to the main door, and threw it open. Who's out there? I yelled, voice cracking like some teenage kid. My voice just got swallowed by the wind, gone without a trace. I scanned the snow with the flashlight beam, swinging it around, but saw jack squat. Nothing but swirling white. No footprints, no movement, just the storm kicking up snow. The tapping had stopped though, for now. Went back inside, heart still hammering like crazy. That's when I noticed something weird. The door, which I know I'd slammed shut behind me, wasn't latched. Hanging open just a crack, letting in a blast of that freezing air. Didn't remember leaving it like that. Figured I was just jumpy, on edge. Locked it up tight this time though, and even shoved a chair up against it for good measure. Sleep. Yeah, sleep was a distant dream that night. Next morning, I decided, screw it, I'm checking the perimeter again. Storm had moved on overnight, leaving everything eerily still. That kind of quiet that makes the hairs on your neck stand up. As I trudged towards the north fence, stomach dropped like a stone. The footprints were back, again. This time they circled the entire base. Perfect, measured strides. Like someone or something had been pacing around the building all night long. Seriously messed up. I got closer, crouched down, really checking them out. Snow had frozen over them a bit, kinda preserved the shape. Definitely human-ish, but something was off. Way too narrow. Toes looked too long. Just wrong. That afternoon, I tried the radio again, desperate for some kind of human voice. Some reassurance that I wasn't losing my mind out here. Static. Just that endless hiss and crackle. Then, for a split second, I swear I heard something. Faint, garbled, but words. Repeat you there, respond. Yes, I shouted into the mic. This is base 12. Do you read? I need assistance. Static flared up, swallowed my words whole. Then, another burst of clarity, just as quick as the first. Storm incoming, hold tight. And then, nothing, just static again. A storm. Of course. Just freaking perfect. Like things weren't already batshit crazy enough. Now I had to deal with a blizzard that could trap me inside this tin can for days. Checked the forecast monitor, clunky old thing that looked older than me, and barely worked half the time. And yeah, figures. Heavy snow, strong winds, near zero visibility. Just what I needed. Spent the rest of the day battening down the hatches, securing the base like I was prepping for a full-on siege. Reinforced the windows with extra boards. Double-checked the generator's fuel supply. Even set up these ridiculous makeshift barriers around the doors, using anything heavy I could find. Part of me felt totally nuts, like I was massively overreacting. The other part was screaming that I wasn't doing enough. Night fell, and the wind really started to crank up, howling like something wounded, rattling the walls, making the base feel even smaller, even more vulnerable. I just sat by the main desk, staring at that window, the one where I'd seen "Stay" etched in the frost. It was gone now, melted by the weak sunlight, but the image was burned into my brain, seared in there. That's when the power flickered again. Started with this low hum, the kind you don't even notice until it stops. Then the lights dimmed, surged back up for a split second, and then black, complete and utter darkness. Grabbed my flashlight, heart hammering, and made my way to the generator room. Air was noticeably colder in there, like the metal walls were sucking the heat right out of everything. Breath fogged in front of me as I fumbled with the generator room door and got it open. Generator was running, chugging away, but the fuel gauge was going nuts, flickering like crazy, needle bouncing back and forth between full and empty. Gave it a good whack, and the needle steadied. Half full. That didn't make any damn sense. I'd topped it off that morning, hadn't I? Or was my memory playing tricks on me now too? Clang. Load crasher code from somewhere behind me, out in the hallway. Spun around. Flashlight beam dancing wildly, heart practically leaping out of my chest. Hallway was empty. Just shadows and peeling paint. Wind. I told myself. Just the wind. Storm must have shaken something loose. But I couldn't shake this feeling, this ice-cold certainty, that I was not, in fact, alone. Went back to the main room, adrenaline pumping, and started setting up more traps. Nothing fancy. Just a tripwire across the main door, pile of empty cans balanced precariously on a shelf that would crash down if anyone even breathed on them. Kid stuff, really. But it was something. Anything was better than just sitting here waiting. Hours crawled by, storm raged on, relentless assault on the base walls. Power had stabilized for now anyway, but I kept the flashlight glued to my hand. Sleep. Forget about it. Not a chance. Around midnight, the motion detector beeped. Sharp, insistent beep, beep, beep. Stared at the little device on the wall. Red light blinking steadily. It was set to monitor the corridor leading to the lab, place I'd secured earlier, or thought I had. Slowly, like moving through treacle, I reached for the monitor linked to the external cameras. Fingers shaking so bad I almost dropped it. First feed, nothing but swirling snow, whiteout conditions. Second, facing the north fence, lens completely frosted over, useless. Switched to the third feed, the one angled towards the back of the base. Breath caught in my throat. Figure stood at the very edge of the frame, barely visible through the driving snow. Hunched over, outline all blurry and distorted by the wind, but yeah, definitely human-shaped. Leaned closer, squinting, trying to make out any details, anything at all. Feed glitched. Screen flickered, static lines, and then gone. Figure vanished. Loud crash from the corridor snapped me back to reality. Scrambling to my feet, wrench gripped tight in my hand. Motion detector was going ballistic now, beeping like crazy. Grabbed the wrench I'd left on the desk. Pathetic excuse for a weapon. But it was all I had, and crept towards the sound. Air was colder here, way colder. The kind of cold that seeps right into your bones and doesn't let go. Flashlight beam wavered, jittering around as I rounded the corner. Door to the storage room, wide open. Inside, shelves were a disaster zone. Tools, supplies, boxes. Everything just scattered all over the floor, like someone had trashed the place, gone on a rampage. My tripwire was still intact, stretched across the doorway, but the cans I'd stacked, gone, vanished. Hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. Swung the flashlight around, heart hammering against my ribs, scanning every corner, every shadow, but the room was empty. Just empty. Then I saw it. On the far wall, scrawled in what looked like soot or ash, the same damn letters I'd seen in the frost on the window. S-toy. And beneath it, this time a new word, one single, chilling word. W-H-Y. Just stood there frozen, staring at those words, mind completely reeling. What the hell was going on here? Who was doing this? And why? Fear was getting to me now, no doubt about it. Gnawing at the edges of my sanity, chipping away at my resolve. Had to get a grip. Had to pull myself together. What are you? I whispered into the darkness, voice barely a breath, lost in the oppressive silence of the base. Silence was my only answer. Cold, heavy, mocking silence. Morning crawled in, though you could barely tell in that never-ending grey twilight. Base was buried in this freaky silence, after the storm, even heavier than before. Spent hours searching the whole damn place. Every nook and cranny, looking for anything, anyone, but nada. Ghost town. No sign of an intruder, no forced entry. Nothing out of place except, the ransacked storage room and the creepy writing on the wall. Footprints outside were gone, wiped clean by the blizzard, but those words, H-T, why, they were still there, mocking me. Scrubbed at them again with everything I could find, but they wouldn't budge, like they were etched into the metal itself. Part of the base now. Head was pounding, thoughts spinning in circles. Who was out there? What did they want? And why the hell were they so keen on me staying put? Sat down hard at the desk, just staring at the radio, still spitting out nothing but static. Felt so utterly alone, cut off from the world. This whole situation was seriously messing with my head. No two ways about it. And then, As if on cue, that motion detector beeped again. That damn red light, blinking like a strobe. Each flash sending another jolt of pure adrenaline through me. Wrench was still in my hand, cold metal a small comfort against my sweaty palm. Every instinct screamed at me to just stay put, lock myself in my room, hide under the bed, anything. But I couldn't just ignore it, could I? Base was my responsibility, for better or for worse, even if worse was starting to look like end of the world bad. Moving slow, like wading through treacle, I crept towards the source of the motion. Corridor felt even narrower than usual, shadows deeper, darker. Hum of the generator seemed to fade away, replaced by this silence, so thick it was almost suffocating. Flashlight beam trembled in my hand as I pointed it forward, illuminating the peeling insulation, the grime on the walls. Motion detector was right outside the storage room. Again. Same damn room where I'd found that creepy message. Door was still ajar. Just like before, edges outlined in the faint beam of my light. Paused, straining to hear anything over the wind, still battering the structure, even though the storm had supposedly passed. Nothing, just the wind and the pounding of my own heart. Nudged the door open wider with the wrench, hinges creaking like they were protesting. Room was exactly as I'd left it, shelves, still a mess. Tools scattered, that chilling message still scrawled on the wall, ST. BY. Swung the flashlight around, beam darting, searching, but room was empty, completely empty. Still, something had tripped the detector. Had to be. Spent the next few hours double, checking everything in the base again, nerves completely fried, jumping at every creak and groan of the building. Checked the vents, the crawl spaces, even the storage shed outside, even though the snow around it was untouched, pristine. Whoever, or whatever, had been here, they'd found another way in. That thought just hung there, dark cloud over my head as I trudged back inside, locking every door behind me, even though I knew, deep down, locks weren't going to stop anything if something really wanted in. Back at the desk, I decided, screw it. I'm re-watching that camera footage. Rewound the feed from just before the motion detector went off. Footage was grainy, jumpy, but I could see the hallway clear enough. For a few minutes, nothing. Just empty corridor. Then, flicker. Dark shape moved across the frame. Quick as a blink, almost imperceptible, but enough to make my stomach clench tight. Rewound it again, played it back at half speed, then quarter speed. Figure was hunched over, moving in these quick, jerky motions, and it appeared, clear as day now, to have entered the storage room just before the motion detector went ballistic. Froze the frame, staring at the blurry outline. Looked human. Too human to be just a shadow or some trick of the light. But the proportions were all wrong. Arms too long, shoulders too narrow. And, most importantly, no damn record of it ever leaving the room. Vanished again. Day dragged on, slow torture. Tried to distract myself with work. Logging data, calibrating instruments, going through the motions, but mind kept looping back to that footage, that figure. If it hadn't left the room, where the hell had it gone? Decided, fine, if they want traps, I'll give them traps. Set up more, even more elaborate this time. Used fishing line for tripwires, thinner, harder to see. Empty cans stacked higher, more precariously. Found some old bells in a dusty box in the lab. Added them to the mix for extra noise. Wasn't much, I knew that, but it was something. Anything to feel like I was fighting back, doing something. put the first trap near the main entrance, another in the corridor leading to the sleeping quarters, and a third right at the entrance to the storage room again. Why not? One of the external camera feeds was still frosted over, useless, so I figured, fine, I'll go clear it. Anything to get out of this metal box for a few minutes, even if it was just into another, bigger, frozen box. Wind had died down completely. Landscape outside eerily still, silent. Sky was this dull, flat grey, blending seamlessly with the endless snow. As I wiped the frost off the lens, saw something out of the corner of my eye. Dark shape, low to the ground, near the north fence. Again, turned, breath catching in my throat, wrench raised, ready for what? Didn't even know. But nothing there. Just empty white. Scanned the area, squinting, heart hammering, but saw only the empty expanse of ice. Snow around the fence was undisturbed, pristine. Still, couldn't shake the feeling, this ice, cold prickled down my spine, that I was being watched. Eyes on me, somewhere out there in the grey. That night's sleep, hey. Barely even closed my eyes. Every sound made me jump, every creak of the bass sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. At one point, thought I heard footsteps in the corridor again, faint, shuffling sound. But when I checked, traps were untouched. False alarm. Probably, sometime after midnight, motion detector beeped again. Beep, beep, beep. Jolted awake, heart doing a marathon in my chest. Grabbed the wrench, checked the camera feed. This time, figure was clearer. Way clearer than before. Stood in the middle of the hallway, facing the camera straight on. Froze solid. Face it was wrong. So wrong, blurred, like the camera couldn't lock focus on it. But there was this distinct lack of features. No eyes, no mouth, no nose, nothing. Just smooth, pale surface where a face should be. Blank, empty. Then, in one single, jerky movement, it turned, too fast, too unnatural, and just disappeared down the corridor. Gun. Didn't wait to see where it went this time. Didn't hesitate. Grabbed my flashlight, adrenaline surging, and moved, cautiously, towards the hallway. Air felt heavier, colder, like stepping into a freezer. Breath fogged in front of me as I edged around the corner. Wrench held tight, flashlight beam leading the way. Trap near the storage room. Triggered. Bells scattered on the floor. Fishing line snapped clean through. Shone the flashlight inside, expecting to see the same chaos, the same ransacked mess as before. But the room was empty. Completely empty. Again. Morning came, though it was just more grey, more of the same. Exhausted. Nerves completely shot, decided, screw it, I'm going to dig deeper. Archives in the lab. Maybe, just maybe, there was something I'd missed. Some explanation, some clue in the base's history for what the hell was happening here. Archive room was tucked away in this small, windowless corner of the lab, behind a locked door I'd pretty much ignored until now. Lock was old, rusty, but managed to force it open with the wrench. Dust billowed out as the door creaked open, thick and musty, like the room hadn't been opened in years. Inside, shelves crammed floor to ceiling with old binders, faded blueprints, yellowed folders. Smelled like old paper and forgotten things. Started going through them, flashlight beam casting long, dancing shadows across the room, making it feel even creepier, even more isolated. Most of the documents were just boring stuff, equipment inventories, maintenance logs, endless weather data. Then, finally, found another folder, tucked away at the back of a shelf, labeled Incident Reports 1987-1992. Pulse quickened, heart skipped a beat. Inside, handwritten accounts, just like the ones I'd found before, but these were older, way older, more detailed, and way more disturbing. Started reading. Flashlight beam shaking in my hand. January 13th, 1988. Technician W. Hargrove reported hearing tapping on the base walls late at night. No external evidence of wildlife. Hargrove claimed he saw a figure outside his window, but dismissed it as a shadow. 2 days later, he requested early rotation due to severe anxiety. March 3rd, 1989. Staff found messages written in frost on external windows. STU and DULLOK. No explanation. Staff rotated early due to psychological strain. November 14th, 1991. Unexplained power outages began occurring nightly. Staff discovered footprints circling the base. No wildlife or other individuals detected in the area. Incident deemed unresolved. And there was more, page after page of it. Same pattern, over and over. Tapping, footprints, messages, figures, power outages. This wasn't new, this was recurring. And each time, the people who'd experienced it had either bolted early or been evacuated, freaked out of their minds, except for me. I was stuck here. No rotation, no evacuation. Just me and whatever this was. This wasn't just a rabbit hole, this was a goddamn abyss. And I was falling fast. That note in the archives, yeah, that's what did it. That night, I went full on survival mode. Ratcheted up the traps. Made them even more elaborate, even more ridiculous. Reinforced the tripwires with spare wiring ripped out of some busted equipment in the lab. Positioned the cameras to cover every possible angle, the whole 9 yards. By the time I was done, it was pushing midnight. Sat down by the desk, flashlight clutched tight in my hand, and just waited. Felt like a cornered animal, trapped and waiting for the inevitable. Motion detector went off at 12:15 a.m. Didn't even flinch this time. Just shot up, wrench in hand, and checked the camera feeds. There it was again. The figure, moving with that same unnerving, jerky gait, gliding down the hallway like it was floating. Lingered at the edge of the hallway for a second, almost like it was hesitating, then turned, deliberate and slow, and walked straight towards the storage room. Like it knew exactly where it was going. Like it knew I was watching, moved fast, adrenaline flooding my system. Storage room, dead end. If I could somehow trap it inside it, maybe, just maybe, I could finally confront it, get a real look at whatever the hell this thing was. Grabbed the flare gun from the desk. Crept towards the corridor, moving like a shadow myself. Air grew colder with every step, breath visible in the dim light, fogging in front of my face. Door to the storage room was ajar again, swinging slightly, beckoning me in. Steadied myself, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. Swung the flare gun up ready to fire. Inside, room was empty. No sign of the figure. Just shadows and scattered junk. Then, slam. Door slammed shut behind me, hard, echoing through the small room. Spun around, heart hammering against my ribs, yanked on the handle. Locked. Wouldn't budge. Pounded on the door, shouting, yelling, but voice was muffled, swallowed by the thick metal walls. Like I was shouting into a pillow. That's when I heard it. Faint whisper, barely audible at first, coming from the far corner of the room. Swung my flashlight towards the sound, beam trembling in my hand. Corner was empty, just stack of dusty boxes, pile of old equipment. But the whispering, it kept going, growing louder now, more insistent. Not a single voice, many, whispering all at once. Stave, stave, stay. Sound surrounded me, pressing in from all sides, closing in, suffocating. Clamped my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. Voices were inside my head now, drilling into my thoughts, drowning out everything else. Just stay, stay, stay. Over and over and over. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Silence again. Door creaked open behind me, slow and deliberate. Stumbled out into the hallway, gasping for air, lungs burning. Cold was even more intense now, biting into my skin, stealing my breath. Glanced down the corridor, heart stopping in my chest. Froze. Figure was there, standing at the far end of the hallway, perfectly still. Featureless face tilted slightly, like it was studying me, watching my every move. In its hand, it held something. Small, rectangular object, glinting faintly in the dim light. Raised the flare gun, hand shaking so bad I could barely hold it steady. "What do you want?" I shouted, voice cracking, barely a whisper itself. Figure didn't move, just stood there, silent, watching. "Why are you doing this?" Still nothing. Then, slowly, deliberately, it raised the object in its hand, held it out, and placed it gently on the floor. Without a single sound, it turned, that jerky, unnatural movement, and just disappeared, melted into the shadows. Gun. Approached cautiously, every muscle in my body tense. Flare gun still raised. Object on the floor. Laminated ID badge covered in frost. Wiped it clean with my sleeve, heart pounding in my ears, and felt my stomach drop through the floor. Photo was faded, cracked, but I could still make out the face. Man in his mid-40s, tired eyes, forced smile. Name on the badge, printed in faded black letters. James Cole, technician. The James Cole. Same name from the archives. The guy who vanished during a winter rotation, decade ago. Body never found. Clutched the badge tight, mind racing, trying to make sense of any of this. How was this even possible? If James Cole was dead, then who, or what, had just left this for me? Rest of the night was just a blur of fear, confusion, and bone, deep exhaustion. Didn't sleep. Didn't move from the desk. Flare gun clutched in my hand, useless comfort. Bass was silent again, but the stillness felt different now, oppressive, heavy. Like the calm before another, even bigger storm. Morning came, grey and bleak as ever. Reviewed the camera footage again. Desperate for some kind of answer. Figure was there, clear as day, placing the badge on the floor, just like I remembered. But the timestamp on the recording wrong. Completely wrong. Showed the event happening at 6:42 p.m. Hours before I'd even gone into the storage room. Hours before it actually happened. Replayed the footage over and over, rewinding, fast-forwarding, trying to make sense of it, but it just didn't add up. Answer, if there even was one, remained just out of reach, shrouded in mystery. Then the power went out. Again. Grabbed the flashlight, cursed under my breath, and rushed to the generator room. Air was frigid now, way colder than before, each breath searing my lungs like ice. Generator was silent, dead. Fuel gauge inexplicably empty. Again, despite being half full just yesterday. Someone, something, siphoning off the fuel. Or was I just losing my grip on reality completely? As I started to refuel the generator, hands numb with cold, I heard the whispering again. Faint at first, barely audible, then louder, echoing through the metal walls of the generator room, wrapping around me, closing in. Stay, stay, stay. Spun around, flashlight beam darting wildly across the room, searching for what? Didn't even know anymore. Whispers faded, replaced by a new sound. Slow, deliberate tapping. coming from just outside the generator room door. Tap, tap, steady, unrelenting, right on the other side of the metal door. Raised the flare gun, hands trembling so badly I could barely hold it, and stepped towards the door. Tapping continued, rhythmic, insistent. Took a deep breath, held it, and yanked the door open. Nothing, just empty hallway. But on the floor, right in front of me, another object awaited. This time, it was a small, weathered notebook. Edges frayed. Cover smeared with what looked like ash, just like the writing on the walls. Picked it up cautiously, fingers numb with cold and fear. Flipped through the brittle pages, heart pounding in my chest. Most of it was illegible, ink faded and smudged, paper crumbling at the edges. But one phrase was scrawled repeatedly across the last few pages, in frantic, uneven handwriting, almost like a desperate plea. Those words, last thing I wanted to see, sat heavy in my hands, heavier than the notebook itself. Hands were shaking now, trembling uncontrollably. Every instinct screamed at me to just ignore the words, to shove the notebook aside, write it off as ramblings of someone who'd cracked under the pressure of this place. Someone who'd been here before me and lost their mind to the silence and the cold. But I knew better. Couldn't ignore it. Not anymore. Not after everything I'd seen, everything I'd heard, everything I'd felt in this godforsaken place. Took the notebook back to the main room, placed it on the desk, carefully, next to James Cole's ID badge. 3 objects now. ID badge. Notebook key. Remnants of people who'd stood exactly where I was standing now. People who'd faced whatever was haunting Base 12 and been defeated. Reduced to cryptic warnings, echoes from the past. Eyes darted between them, trying to piece together some kind of connection, some kind of meaning, but the answers stayed just out of reach, tantalizingly close, yet still shrouded in shadow. Air in the base felt heavier now, colder than it had any right to be. Even with the generator chugging softly in the background, humming a lonely tune. Chill seemed unnatural, seeping in from somewhere else. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the base itself. Layered on another sweater, another layer of thermal gear, but it didn't help. Cold was inside me now, deep in my bones, chilling me from the inside out. Felt exposed, vulnerable. Like I was standing naked in the Arctic wind, even inside the base. And I was running out of time. Felt it in my gut. This growing sense of dread, this certainty that something was coming, something big. Motion detector beeped. Beep, beep. Bolted upright. Chair scraping back against the floor, pulse spiking, adrenaline surging. Monitor showed the same grainy hallway feed. At first glance, thought the camera had glitched out completely. Figure wasn't moving, just stood there, perfectly still, in the middle of the corridor, blocking the frame. Smooth, faceless head tilted slightly to one side, as if it were listening. Then, slowly, deliberately, it raised an arm. Long, spindly arm, stretching out towards the camera. It pointed. Not at the camera lens itself, but past it, beyond it. Pointed towards the main room. Pointed towards me. Screen went black. Monitor flickered, died. Silence descended again, thick and heavy. Broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. Grabbed the wrench in one hand, flare gun in the other. Fingers tightening until my knuckles atched. White, knuckle grip. Air seemed to hum with tension, vibrating around me as I moved, slowly, deliberately, towards the hallway. Flashlight beam shaking, dancing nervously ahead of me. Every step felt like walking straight into a trap, but there was no turning back now. No escape. Corridor was empty. Traps were still intact, tripwires undisturbed. Yet, as I moved forward, deeper into the base, I felt it, that distinct sensation of being watched. Eyes on me, unseen, unheard, but there. Kept my back pressed to the cold metal wall. Flashlight beam sweeping left, then right, searching for something. Anything. Faint noise echoed ahead, from deeper in the base. Low, scraping sound, like metal dragging against concrete, slow and deliberate. Followed it. Heart hammering against my ribs, breath catching in my throat. Sound led me back to the storage room, of course. Inside, air was colder than ever, biting, almost painful to breathe. Shelves overturned, mess even worse than before. Tools and supplies scattered across the floor, strewn everywhere. In the far corner, where the figure had stood before, something new had been scrawled on the wall, in that same ash-like substance, those same chilling letters. L.O.K. And beneath it, crudely drawn, almost childlike in its simplicity, an arrow, pointed directly towards the single, frost-covered window at the back of the room. Hesitated, every fiber of my being screaming no, begging me not to obey. Do enter lalookaqse, the warning echoed in my mind. James Cole's frantic handwriting flashing before my eyes, a desperate mantra. But the arrow, it was taunting me now, daring me to defy the instructions, daring me to look, challenging me. Flashlight flickered again, beam dimming for a moment, then flickering back to life, weak and unsteady. Took a shaky step towards the window, boots crunching on the debris-strewn floor. Breath fogged the glass as I leaned in, hand trembling so badly I could barely control it, and wiped away a patch of frost, clearing a small circle in the ice. At first saw nothing, just endless white, Arctic wasteland stretching out to the horizon, silent and empty. Snow had finally stopped completely, leaving the landscape eerily still, pristine, untouched. Sky was this dull, washed-out grey, blending seamlessly with the snow, horizon line blurred, indistinct. But as my eyes adjusted to the distance, to the vast emptiness, I spotted something. Far out on the horizon, small black shape, standing stark against the endless white. No, not standing. Moving. It was coming towards the base. Slowly at first, then faster, steadily growing larger. Stumbled back from the window, almost tripping over the scattered tools on the floor, heart pounding in my chest. Whatever was out there, it was real. It was coming. Heading straight for base 12. Heading straight for me. Grabbed the flare gun, bolted out of the storage room, back towards the main room. Mind racing, thoughts colliding, fear and adrenaline surging through my veins. Back at the desk, hands shaking so badly I could barely operate the monitor. I frantically checked the external cameras, switching between feeds, desperate for a wider view. Figure grew larger on each screen, impossibly fast, moving with that same unnatural speed, gliding across the snow like it was barely touching the surface. By the time it reached the north fence, the cameras started to glitch out again, picture breaking up, static growing louder, crackling in my ears, until the feeds just cut out completely. Black screens, dead silence, lights flickered again, one last dying surge, and then plunged the base into darkness. Motion detector went ballistic, beep beep, beep frantic, ear-splitting, echoing through the darkness. It was inside, it was inside. Sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, slow, deliberate, heavy footsteps. Not outside anymore. Inside the base now, echoing through the metal corridors, getting closer, closer, coming for me. Backed away from the storage room door. Flare gun raised, pointed into the darkness, wrench clutched tight in my other hand, knuckles white. Heart hammering. Breath coming in ragged gasps. Waiting, just waiting. Footsteps grew louder, closer, closer. Coming from the main corridor now. Heading straight for this room. For me. Retreated further into the storage room, pressed myself back against the cold metal wall. Trying to shrink into the shadows, trying to become invisible, trying to disappear. Footsteps stopped right outside the door. Right there, on the other side of the thin metal door. Held my breath, every muscle in my body coiled tight, tense as a wire, waiting for the door to burst open, waiting for whatever came next. Silence. Just silence. Silence so profound, so complete. It felt like it was pressing against my eardrums, crushing me. Then, slow, deliberate creak. Door began to open, slowly, agonizingly. Squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for impact, bracing for whatever horror was about to walk through that door. Door swung wider, wider, until it was fully open. Still nothing. Opened my eyes slowly, cautiously, one eye at a time. Corridor was empty. Just the flickering emergency lights now, casting long, distorted shadows. Just the peeling insulation, the grime, the oppressive, suffocating silence. No figure, no footsteps, nothing. Just emptiness. Had I imagined it, all of it? Was I finally cracking up? Losing it completely, succumbing to the paranoia, just like those technicians in the old reports. Was this all in my head? Was I finally, truly, alone? Then I looked down, just inside the doorway, on the cold metal floor, another object. Smaller than the notebook, lighter than the ID badge, glinting faintly in the dim emergency light. It was a key, old, tarnished brass key, the kind you might find in some dusty antique shop, not in a high-tech Arctic research base. Lowered the flare gun, hand trembling so badly I could barely hold it, and reached for the key, hesitant, afraid of what I might find, afraid of what it might mean. Key was cold to the touch, heavy for its size, strangely solid in my shaking hand. No tag, no label, nothing to indicate what it unlocked. Just a key. What was this? Another cryptic message. Another piece of this insane puzzle I couldn't even begin to understand. Another breadcrumb on this terrifying trail. Stood there for a moment, frozen, staring down at the key in my hand, then at the empty corridor beyond, then back at the key again. Frustration and fear warred inside me, tearing me apart. I was being toyed with, led on some macabre scavenger hunt by something I couldn't see, couldn't fight, couldn't even understand. Enough. I was done with the games, done with the fear, done with hiding. Clutching the key tight in my hand, I stepped out of the storage room and into the hallway. Air was still cold, still heavy, still oppressive, but something had shifted, something had changed. Oppressive silence felt different now, less menacing, less predatory, more expectant, like something was waiting. Walked slowly down the corridor, flashlight beam sweeping ahead, searching, not for the figure now, not anymore. Searching for something else. Searching for any sign, any clue, any indication of what this key unlocked, what door it opened, what secret it held. Traps were still triggered, cameras still ask you useless. But no new messages, no new footprints, just the unsettling, expectant emptiness of base 12. Reached the main room, the desk, the radio, James Cole's ID badge, the weathered notebook, the tarnished brass key. lay there in a small, unsettling collection, silent witnesses to my growing desperation, to my unraveling sanity. Placed the key beside them, carefully, deliberately. 3 objects now. 3 pieces of a puzzle I still couldn't solve. Gaze fell on the notebook again. Duan dokai kut it. Words seemed to burn into my vision, etched there in frantic handwriting, warning me, pleading with me. But now, they felt less like a warning, less like a threat, and more like a challenge, a dare. If I wasn't supposed to look outside, then what, in God's name, was outside that they didn't want me to see? What was approaching the base, moving silently across the frozen wasteland? And why were they leaving these objects for me? The badge, the notebook, now the key. Why? What did it all mean? Curiosity, reckless and dangerous, began to override the fear, pushing it back, pushing it down. Had to know, had to see, had to look outside. Couldn't stay trapped inside this metal box any longer, not with the answers, or at least pieces of them, waiting just beyond the walls. Walked to the main door, the one I had barricaded, the one I'd slammed shut against the darkness, against the unknown. Hesitated for a moment, hand hovering over the latch, fingers trembling. Every instinct screamed at me to stay inside, to obey the warning, to remain in the false, fragile safety of the base, to lock the door and never open it again. But the silence, the messages, the figure, the whispers, the tapping, the footprints, the key, they were all driving me to the edge, pushing me past the point of no return. Staying inside, trapped in this metal coffin with my own fear and paranoia, was no longer an option. Had to confront whatever was out there. Had to face it. Had to know. Took a deep breath, the coldest breath I'd ever taken, lungs burning with the frigid air. Unlatched the door, fingers numb, clumsy, removed the chair, shoved it aside, and then, with a slow, deliberate movement, pulled the heavy metal door open. Arctic air hit me like a physical blow, slamming into me, biting at my exposed skin, stealing my breath, stealing the last vestiges of warmth from my body. Stepped outside, into the grey twilight, into the silence, into the cold, into the unknown. Landscape was bathed in that eerie, pre-dawn half-light. Storm had completely subsided, leaving behind a pristine, unbroken blanket of snow that stretched to the horizon in every direction, an endless white canvas under a dull grey sky. Sky and snow, blending together, seamless, indistinct. Long, distorted shadows stretched out across the white expanse, playing tricks on my eyes. And there, in the distance, just as the message in the storage room had indicated, just as I knew they would be, something was moving, black against the white. Stark contrast that drew my eye held it captive. Not a vehicle, not an angular, too defined. As it moved closer, shape began to resolve itself, slowly, agonizingly, through the swirling snow dust, through the shimmering air. Figure. It was a figure. Same figure from the camera feeds. Same impossible shape. Same jerky, unnatural gait. But now, I could see it clearly. No grainy feed, no blurry outline, no distortion. Just it. Real, solid, terrifyingly present. Humanoid in shape, yes, but utterly, fundamentally wrong. Limbs elongated, spindly, grotesquely thin. Torso narrow, gaunt, skeletal. Head smooth, featureless. Pale, blank oval where a face should be, empty, devoid of features, devoid of humanity. Moved with disturbing fluidity. Gliding across the snow as if it weighed nothing, as if it were barely touching the surface of the frozen world. And as it drew closer, 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 I saw something else. Something that made my blood run colder than the Arctic wind itself. Something that froze the breath in my lungs. Something that turned fear into a cold, sickening dread that settled deep in my bones. It wasn't alone. Behind it, emerging from the horizon, from the endless white expanse, were more figures. Dozens of them. Hundreds maybe. Impossible to count. Endless procession of those gaunt, featureless beings, silently, relentlessly, advancing across the snow towards Base 12. Towards me. They were coming. They were all coming. The key, the messages, the warnings, the figures, the tapping, the whispers, the silence of it all clicked into place, finally, brutally clear. They weren't trying to scare me away. They weren't trying to harm me. They were trying to keep me in. St. Wa Okind Eav. O Lelan Okutlasadi. They weren't threats, they were instructions, protective measures, desperate attempts to keep me safe. And I had ignored them all, defied them all, opened the door, not to escape, but to invite something in. Something ancient, something unknowable, something that had been kept at bay by the silence, by the darkness, by the fragile boundaries of this desolate outpost. I had looked outside, and now they were coming, and there was nowhere left to run.